Thank you all. I can observe that we have a forum.
Prayers. Almighty God, without whose help labor is useless, without whose light search is vain, we then unworthy servants here gathered together in your name, we most humbly beseech thee to send down thine heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our deliberations, and laying aside all private interest, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name. Amen.
Thank you, Madam. Any seconder to that motion?
I so second, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, all in favor of the motion say aye. And those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Record of votes and proceedings for Wednesday, 16th August 2023.
Deputy Leader, I presume you want to amend the other paper. Shall we proceed, please?
The record of votes and proceedings for Wednesday, 16th August 2023.
Honorable members, we shall now consider a record of votes and proceedings for yesterday, Wednesday, the 16th of August. And we shall do so by starting from page 5. Any amendments, page 5? Page 6? Page 7? Thank you. Can someone please move?
I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder?
I so second, Mr. Speaker.
All in favor of the motion say aye. I repeat, those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. And those against say nay. The ayes have it.
The record of votes and proceedings for Wednesday, 16th August 2023 has been adopted. Announcement by Mr. Speaker.
I have a very brief announcement to make, and is addressed particularly to the members-elect of the All People's Congress Party. Honorable members, you will all recall that on the 25th of July, I addressed a special appeal to the members-elect of the opposition All People's Congress Party to accept the necessity of coming to take their seats in Parliament to which they've been duly elected. There is no evidence of compulsion on anyone to stand for election. On the contrary, they stood for the elections voluntarily and freely made promises of all sorts to their supporters, thus demonstrating their willingness and determination to represent their people. On the basis of those promises, the people voted for them as their representatives to Parliament. By failing thus far to come and take their seats, they must know they are in breach of their contract with the people who voted them to Parliament. And they must also know that there are consequences for such a breach. What is more, whichever side of the argument you espouse, remember that aside from the courts of justice, there is no better platform in our system for an elected member to ventilate their grievances and concerns and interests than within the hallowed walls of this chamber. In this regard, my sympathy is unlimited, especially for the young MPs who have been waiting for years for the opportunity, sacrificing labor and sweat and spending their last cent just to become honorable member of this House. I say to them, please come and exercise your right of representation, and you will receive the full protection of this noble House. Two of their colleagues in the APC are already with us. I therefore want to take this opportunity to thank them both again, Honorable Mohammed Bangura and Honorable Alfred Thompson. I also want to thank those progressives within the ranks of the APC party, and there are many, who have so far joined me in trying to persuade the other elected MPs to see reason and come to take their seats in the House. There are just too many to recount their names here. Well, let me assure them all that they carry with them the respect, the honor, and admiration of the citizens of this country for their good deeds. May Allah continue to shower them with His boundless mercies and blessings. I want to extend also the same compliments to our revered Honorable Paramount Chiefs in this House for their enhanced involvement in this matter. They've consulted with me and I've given them my blessing to proceed with the assignment they have willingly undertaken to convey the strong voices of their subjects nationwide who are anxious to see their elected MPs of the APC party take their seats in the 6th Parliament. For those elected members of Parliament of the APC party who are yet to come, and to the reasonable and respected members of that party, I want to say to them not to relent, but to continue to persevere until common sense is allowed to prevail and the rule of law is allowed to reign supreme. Nations which today appear to be better, stronger and mightier have attained that status not by succumbing to the law of the jungle or the law of the deepest pocket, but rather by yielding to the rule of law. The law is greater and mightier than any individual or group of individuals. So let me end this admonishment again with yet another reminder that the clock of 30 sitting days is ticking. To date, we've had 12 plenary sittings and 7 sittings of the sessional committees, and counting. And counting. Just as internal democracy of political parties had to be addressed in ways necessary to bring them in line with the national constitution, so it is equally pertinent to address decisions taken by political parties to see if they are squared with the national constitution. Honorable members, again I say, a word to the wise is sufficient. For those of you with friends on the other side, please convey my heartiest compliments and my best wishes and expectations to welcome them to the well of this house. I thank you for your kind attention.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Considering the importance of the announcement that you just made, and looking at the impressionistic view that people are carrying, that the absence of our colleague has adverse effects on governance. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let us establish the fact that the Constitution of Sierra Leone reigns supreme, and it reigns over any and every emotion and every impression that anybody carries outside the law and outside this Constitution. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, subsection 3 of section 94 makes the process, sitting and activities of government and activities of this 6th Parliament in this 4th session valid and effective. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we must not oversight the fact that subsection 1 of section 94 of the Constitution gives this Parliament the power to regulate itself. And part of its regulation, and in tandem with paragraph E of section 77 and SO 77(2), it is but clear that you reminded members of Parliament elect that the clock is ticking. However, we must also make it clear that we on this side, we are not apprehensive or living in fear of carrying out or discharging our functions as members of parliament. Because we are doing it under the guide and protection of the Constitution. However, it must be known, like you stated in your statements, that it is a moral responsibility by our colleagues to come and represent their people. That whatever we are doing here, we are not doing it as members of parliament from the SNPP representing different states. Because section 97 of the Constitution, paragraph 8, gives us the power not only to represent our district, but to represent the people of Sierra Leone. So whether they are here or not, what we are doing here is validated by subsection 3 of section 94 and is confirmed by paragraph 8 of section 97 of the Constitution. So they must be mindful of the fact that whatever they are peddling out there as a way of massaging their base, as a way of comforting their supporters, that they are going to expect whatever that is not possible. They must come, they must represent their people, and they must do so within the ambit of the law. If they fail to obey the law, let them come and respect the wishes of their people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member and I endorse his statement in its entirety, except for one issue. I don't think your duty is entirely or can be left entirely within the realm of morality. I'm beginning to see the possibility of that duty being elevated to a legal duty of representation. But that is for another day. That is for another day. Constitutional jurists may wish to look into that question. Whether the duty is purely moral or whether it can be elevated to a level higher than morality. Be that as it may, we shall continue today's business. Thank you for your support and for your kind observations.
Motion of thanks. Motion of the Committee on Appointments and the Public Service. Proposer, Honorable Matthew S. Kima. Seconder, Honorable Sir Emerson Lamina.
Thank you very much. Before the reader, I don't want to say thanks to Mr. Speaker for bringing our colleagues to speak. I'm happy we are raising the issues about constitutionality, absolute responsibilities as members of parliament elect. Also, I want to add to the fact that when you are elected, you have the moral duty to perform this on Section 83 of the Constitution, the election of Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to give this the second time we are calling all of us to take full responsibility of our duty as members of parliament. So I don't want to acknowledge the fact that as the presiding officer of this chamber and the head of parliament, we are in the right track and we are taking us as people who are supposed to serve the interests of the state. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, the 5th session of the 6th Parliament of the Second Republic of Sierra Leone, a 5th report of the Committee on Appointment and Public Service on parliamentary vetting or presidential nominations. Introduction. 1. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the Committee on Appointment and Public Service, in tandem with its constitutional obligations, met on Tuesday, 15th August 2023, and interviewed 8 presidential nominees for the following positions. 1. 2 proposed deputy ministers of mines and mineral resources and internal affairs, respectively. The Director of Public Prosecution, and 5 members of the Anti-Corruption Commission Advisory Board. The committee maintained its usual consistency as established procedure and interviewed the aforesaid nominees on issues pertaining to their educational backgrounds to ensure that they have the relevant education and necessary backup experience to lead such important offices of state. Probing questions covered wide-ranging issues related to their track record, pertinent to their declared assets, tax obligations, and vision for sustainable and productive tenure. Issues of unsuitability or otherwise were also strictly looked into by the committee. 7th sitting of the committee on Tuesday, 5th August 2023, the committee interviewed the following nominees on oath. 1. Mr. Umaru Napoleon Kuruma, Esquire. Mr. Umar Napoleon Kuruma, Esquire, holds a master's degree in international dispute resolution with specialization in international commercial arbitration and international investment law from University of London, United Kingdom. Prior to his appointment, he served as chairman of the National Commission for Privatization in 2018 to 2020 and Deputy Minister of Justice of the Republic of Sierra Leone. He is the National Secretary General of the governing Sierra Leone People's Party, the position he has held with diligence and admiration. As Deputy Minister of Justice, he led many government delegations on multilateral agreements, including Sierra Leone's delegation to the United Nations, Convention on International Settlement Agreement, leading to the Singapore Convention on Mediation. He was also part of the team of lawyers that worked with other international law firms successfully resolve the dispute between the government of Sierra Leone and the Girard Group following government termination of the minimum. Sorry, there is a correction. Sorry, sir. I don't know if they have the same printout.
Following government termination.
No, hold on, sir. Just a minute. Go back to international law firms successfully to resolve the dispute between the government of Sierra Leone and the Girard Group following government termination of the mining lease agreement with the Sierra Leone mining, SL Mining. That's what you have, sir. SL Mining, you have.
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. So if there's any correction, maybe do that. Sorry. Responding to the committee, the erudite legal professional said he was grateful to His Excellency the President for the confidence bestowed on him to serve in his cabinet, and his appointment to the mining sector was a strategic move to critically review cost of our mining lease agreement in the best interest of the country. The nominee was praised across party lines for his astute leadership over the years. Mr. Usman Ibrahim Kanu, Esquire. Mr. Usman Ibrahim Esquire, proposed Director of Public Prosecution, DPP. Mr. Usman Ibrahim Kanu, Esquire, is an erudite lawyer with outstanding track record in the legal system of Sierra Leone until his recent appointment by the President to serve as Director of Public Prosecution. He was Principal State Counsel in the Office of the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, a position he has held since 2005 with utmost credibility. During his tenure as Principal State Counsel, he successfully represented the government of Sierra Leone on several international cases, including SL Mining versus Government of Sierra Leone 2018, Simon Galgana versus Government of Sierra Leone 2017, under the International Chambers of Commerce (ICC) rules, the London Court of Arbitration rules, and the International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes (ICSID) rules. He was also lead counsel representing the government of Sierra Leone in matters against the Sierra Leone government before the Regional Court of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. Responding to what he would add to this office, he said the role of the office will speak for itself, ranging from giving legal advice to representing government in all legal matters. He continued that his long presence within this corridor will help him achieve as expected. He was praised by committee as an actual round peg in round hole, end of quote. Mr. Moriba Sobon Kuruma. Proposed Deputy Minister, Minister of Internal Affairs. Mr. Moriba Sobon Kuruma is a skillful politician of no mean standing that has served the Sierra Leone People's Party as chairman of the Kenema district.
I think now we understand why the enthusiasm is putting on.
This is a report. I have made a report. My deputy is interfering. We have part of the I read the report.
I'm only acknowledging, and I'm sure the rest of us all agree, that the leader of government business is presenting a report with absolute utmost efficiency. And we want to congratulate him for that.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, you have obstructed me. You have obstructed me, so let me start reading the report. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Moriba Sobon Kuruma. Thank you. Is a skillful politician of no mean standing that has served the Sierra Leone People's Party as chairman of the Kenema district. He is a cultural and traditional leader held in great esteem, commonly referred to as Agba.
I hope you belong to that.
The only one living among the human. The traditional leader held in great esteem, commonly referred to as Agba, especially by the steaming masses of the hunting and orgy societies across the nation. He is a peacemaker, fast decision maker, and has ability to quickly mobilize crowds with rational intent. Mr. Moriba Sobon Kuruma won a seat as councillor in Kenema City Council, where he rose to act deputy mayor in 2009. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree with honors in business administration from the Eastern Technical University of Sierra Leone and host of honored certificates to his credit. Responding to probing questions, he promised to work in close collaboration with his superiors to establish administrative structures that will enhance the objectives of their assignment. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the Anti-Corruption Commission Act of 2008 clearly elucidates the relevance and powers of the ACC Advisory Board, as in section 22, subsection 4, which says, and I quote, the Advisory Board on corruption shall, in addition to... There's no mistake. I give you time to just cool down. All right, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I was trying to respond to quiet undertone from a very beautiful lady in the house, and right behind me. I was mesmerized by her voice, so I had to stop to answer to her. Of course. So let me just go over. It's not a mistake anyway. It's giving the fact to the powers of the Anti-Corruption Commission. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the Anti-Corruption Commission, ACC, Act of 2008 clearly elucidates the relevance and powers of the ACC Advisory Board, as in section 22, subsection 4, which says, the Advisory Board on corruption shall, in addition to any other function, A, advise the Commission on any aspect of the mandate and functions of the Commission, and B, annually assess the work of the Commission and advise the Commission on relevant matters. In this way, after the expiration of the tenure of the previous board, the following proposed nominees were appointed to perform on this board. Mr. Edwin Fore Gondo. Mr. Edwin Fore Gondo, proposed member, Anti-Corruption Advisory Board. Thank you. Mr. Edwin Fore Gondo is an educationist, mental health care specialist, and housing estate management expert spanning over 2 decades. He has added administrative skills as we are executed both at public and private institutions. We will no doubt aid this board to advise the ACC Commissioner accordingly. He holds a Bachelor of Arts degree from the Furman College, University of Australia, USA, 1984, and many other certificates to his credit. He promised to lend support to the anti-corruption public education sector in expanding messages to all facets of society about the menace of corruption. Mr. Chano Jalo, proposed member, Anti-Corruption Commission, Advisory Board. Thank you. Mr. Chano Jalo is a seasoned public administrator, international political economy, public affairs and finance. His broad knowledge in data analysis, organizational theories, economics and political science will equip this nominee to look at the diverse landscapes of ACC operations and advise accordingly. He holds a Master of Science in Political Science and a Master of Arts from the University of Texas of Dallas, Richardson, Texas, respectively. Responding to members of the committee, the socio-political scientist, quoting him, said, "This responsibility demands collaboration, and I promise to work with my colleagues to meet the expectations of the institution and government." He concluded and ended quote. Alhaji Oshoba Abadin. Proposed member, Anti-Corruption Advisory Board. Thank you. Stay here. Thank you. Miss. Alhaji Abadin is an indigene of touristic Abadin community in the western area. He is a revered Muslim and a community councillor with proven track records in community building and guidance, spanning over 2 decades. He is currently the assistant imam of the Katubula Masjid. Katubula Masjid. 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 Masjid Jamaat at Aberdeen. He also a diploma in engineering from former Congo Cross Technical Center, now the Mitimaga Technical University, and worked for several years as supervisor at the Sierra Leone National Workshop, Kleintown, and other private construction entities. On his inputs to the board as a seasoned Islamic cleric, he responded that prayers with faith will help the advisory board to deliver on the mandate and the oneness they will stand tall to the challenges. Honorable Josephine Matthew. Proposed member of the Advisory Board Anti-Corruption Commission. Honorable Josephine Matthew is a medical practitioner with several years of experience with outstanding performances in the health sector. Operations include the Ebola control programs, Sexual and Gender-Based Violence Prevention at Médecins Sans Frontières, MSF, Belgium, etc. Honorable Makiu was a member of Parliament for Sierra Leone People's Party in the immediate 5th Parliament, representing constituency 14 in the Kenema district. During her tenure, she diligently served on various parliamentary committees, including Deputy Chairperson, Parliamentary Oversight Committee on Health and Sanitation. Responding to members on her contribution to the advisory board, she said she would work accordingly as previous lawmaker or to understand the tenets of the law governing the corrupt operations of the anti-corruption, ACC. I will work collaboratively with my colleagues to help the institution achieve its mandate. Dr. Joseph Gaima, Lukule Mweba. Proposed member of the Advisory Board Anti-Corruption Commission, Dr. Joseph Gaima Lukule Mweba, is a renowned clergyman, academician, with lofty professional research experience that reflects problematic situation solving. He commands a broad autonomy of judgment and leadership that leads to the organizational change and development. He holds a Doctor of Philosophy degree from the University of West Trinity, St. David, United Kingdom, October 2016, and several other degrees in humanities. The nominees are served in various works of life, to name a few. 1. 2023 PhD thesis, external examiner for management, science and technology research, India. 2022 curriculum committee chairman, voluntary work, UMUSL 2022. Curriculum committee, semi-voluntary work, member, MCSL 2022. Head of department, semi-voluntary work, United Methodist University. Senior lecturer in education, Miltimagai College of Education and Technology. Now Miltimagai Technical University, Freetown, Sierra Leone. SLPP flag bearer aspirant 2011. Please take note of the correction. Remove the one you have as president of Sierra Leone, please. Wow. Remove it, please. SLPP flag bearer aspirant 2011. Please take note of the correction. 2000 to 2002, regional supervisor for peace and civic education, Eastern Sierra Leone. 1999 to 2005, lecturer with advanced university education, Trondheim City Council, Norway, 1997 to 1999. Third clergy in charge of Shegema Circuit, Kailauli Street. These are proper names. The border. Dr. Weber promised to use his academic prowess and research ability to advise the board in promoting work to the ACC. Sorry, take note of the correction again. In promoting the work of the ACC. Full stop. He said the work will require profound collaboration and communities which he promised to uphold. Recommendation. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the committee adjourned the following presidential nominees to be adequately qualified for their proposed appointment, and they are recommended to the House for approval. 1. Mr. Umar Kuruma, Esquire, proposed Deputy Minister of Minerals. 2. Mr. Usman Ibrahim Khan, Esquire, proposed Director of Public Prosecution. 3. Mr. Moriba Kuruma, proposed Deputy Minister, Ministry of Internal Affairs. Mr. Edwin Foregondo, proposed member, Anti-Corruption Advisory Board. Mr. Chen of Jaro, proposed member, Anti-Corruption Advisory Board. Alhaji Oshoba Abadin, proposed member, Anti-Corruption Advisory Board. Honorable Josephine Makiu, proposed member, Anti-Corruption Advisory Board. Dr. Joseph Gaima Lukule Mweba, Proposed member of the Advisory Board, Anti-Corruption Commission. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Member, the fifth report reflects the unanimous view of the committee. I therefore move that the fifth report of the first session of the Committee on Appointment and Public Service be adopted by the House and recommendations contained therein be approved. Read faithfully submitted. Honorable Matisa Newman, JP, Chairman of the committee, and the son from Bukaka Jama Bulamayama.
I thank the leader of government business. Any seconder to his motion?
Mr. Speaker, second.
Any seconder to the motion?
I so second, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, before I put the question, I would like to take the opportunity to recognize a few eminent personalities in our midst this morning. It's not often that we have the privilege of seeing the Honorable Chief Justice in our midst in this chamber. Aside from state openings of Parliament, he seldom comes to us in this chamber, but he's taking the opportunity for very good reasons to be here today. May we please recognize his presence. Is he here or is he left? Okay. I understand he's left the chamber. The other one is an illustrious son of this house, a very important servant of the Fifth Parliament, the Honorable Alusain Khan. As you can very well see, there is a certain terminology that is missed, which he has brought to life again with his presence here today. I will now put a question, honorable members, that the fifth report of the first session of the Sixth Parliament of the Committee on Appointments and the Public Service be adopted by the House, and that the recommendations contained therein as read out by the leader of government business be approved. I will give the seconder the first bite, and I will just want to see how many people wish to take the floor for me to be guided as to the length of speeches that I will entertain this morning. As you know, we still have today is the fourth allotted day of the debate on the presidential address. But over to you, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, mindful of the continuity of the motion of thank you to H. the President, I'll be very succinct and brief in seconding this motion. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we want to thank the President for judiciously exhibiting Section 61 of Sierra Leone's 1991 Constitution, Act number 6, which gives him the power to hire as well as to fire. While I thank the President, I must also congratulate the nominees. The nominees, I want to believe that you receive fortune from this House for your approval, which will automatically give you a mandate to work for the people of Sierra Leone. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I will employ all of the nominees that they pick up a very good example from the 5th Parliament and 80's fourth inning, whilst all of the various servants, be it political or civic servants, we are working in their various domains. Yes, we are focusing on education, which was number 1 in 80's fourth inning. Education was number 1, and we saw how we successfully campaigned on the platform of education. Here we are. In 80's second inning, he is focusing on Feed Sierra Leone. Feed Sierra Leone, directly or indirectly, you have a responsibility to contribute how we can feed Sierra Leone. Feed Sierra Leone. Successive governments have wasted a lot of money on agriculture because they failed to study the topography of our land. As a result, they went on tractorization. Tractorization did not hold water because they failed to study topography. How will you contribute to feed Sierra Leone in your various domains? Whether in the mining sector, as DPP, government lawyer primarily, whether in internal affairs, how you contribute. All of the board members in the ACC, how you curtailed the corrupt money from corrupt politicians, bringing in to feed Sierra Leone. It is high time we began to engage in joint ventures. The last time I checked, I still see China as the highest producer of rice, and India second in China before coming to Vietnam. Can you imagine? I begin to see how or why will Sierra Leone not employ joint venture. Joint venture. We have 190 or 91 paramount chiefs, and they have productive soil, whether body, inland valley swamp, for cash crop production, etc., etc. When we begin joint ventures, we will succeed to feed Sierra Leone. What does it mean? Hire those that have the expertise and the technology. Come, the paramount chiefs are ready, I'm too sure. They will give their land, do the cultivation, whether agriculture, inland valley swamp, cash crop production, animal husbandry, agricultural extension. Do this in a twinkle of an eye. The moment Sierra Leone employ joint ventures, definitely we will be capable to feed our people. Mr. Speaker, the board members I will first address. Members of the board serving the ACC, I want you to know that the ACC has made a name. The ACC contributed a lot for Sierra Leone to click for 82 grades. The last time I checked, the former administration of President Annette Baikroma tried, but they only stopped at 49 at MCC. President Manabio's first inning clicked 82%. That could not have come by had it not been the hard work of anti-corruption. This is the work you are going to do. Number one, you are going to help the ACC, the commission, to recruit. You advise them. You are also going to assist them to instill disciplinary action. Critical decisions they will take, they will definitely consult the board. That is the work you are going to do. Will you sit by and see that grade of 82 drops down? No way. You are going to work very hard so that we can maintain a name. Our ACC Commissioner General today, many of the West African countries, they copy his blueprints. How are they fighting? Why? Because of stronger regulations, he came to this parliament. The parliament empowered him with stronger regulations. And the conviction rate is so high. Corrupt monies today we got from corrupt politicians is going to be used to further our social and economic gains. So I will not actually address you one by one, but this is your task. Help us to maintain the banner and help us to hold the banner high. You have a lawmaker, seasoned lawmaker, the person of Marquis Josephine. She's been a fine lawmaker and she knows the processes, starting from gazetting, pre-legislative, first reading, second reading, committee stage, and the passing to law. If you are in doubt of how you can make an addendum or stronger statutes and laws, you consult her. A seasoned lawmaker should give you all the piece of advice so that the anti-corruption can hold the banner higher and higher. Thank you very much. I know you are going there to make Sierra Leone proud. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, permit me to look at the contribution of Moriba Kuruma, Elias Agbao. President Marabio is proving to the nation every now and then that SO2, when monkey walk, make monkey eat, especially qualified monkey. President Marabio is disappointing his naysayers that indeed when monkey walk, SO2, when monkey walk, let monkey eat, especially qualified monkeys. This is a man called Agbao. The length and breadth of Kenima, he will mobilize, bringing seasoned lawmakers to the world, even at the local councils. He will not sit by, but bringing people from far and near, even those on the fence or in the opposition in Kenima. I can confirm to you, with all alacrity, he contributed a lot in bringing them over. Today, he will be serving as Deputy Internal Affairs Minister. Section 155 and Section 156 of Sierra Leone's 1991 Constitution is making you to know your role. You are going to assist your boss to look after the prisons, the fire force, to look after the police. The police will be responsible to maintain the peace and serenity within the state. It was unfortunate for the people of Sierra Leone that the Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs advised the substantive minister in 1978 for Dr. Shekhar Stevie to make a policeman to have a seat in this well of parliament. Bad precedent. You can imagine. We are told that in 1978, the Constitution gave the police right to sit in the House of Parliament. They should have no business in the police. The 1978 Constitution, President Shekhar Stevie, ex-President Shekhar Stevie, gave the army to have a seat in the House of Parliament. Bad law. They should be neutral, they should be professional, and they should have no business with this second House of Parliament. You can imagine, since that time, the police started politics. And the police was so corrupt before 1992. And it not be the intervention of Kibiu, a British trained police, that professionalized against the police. I wonder how it will be. Mr. Ibrahim Sobon Koroma, he had a role to assist a boss. Let me make it clear. Deputies are not slaves. You have a role of complimenting your boss. In the same ministry, you respect your boss with a symbiotic relationship. Mutual. You should not consider yourself to be slaves to the substantive. And I want to believe, as a strong soldier, faithful and focused gentleman, you make Sierra Leone police proud. Proud, very proud, in the annals of the world. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we want to look at the DPP, Sir Usman Ibrahim Kanu. He is definitely going to be the nation's lawyer, DPP. The role of a DPP is very critical. Critical. You will not sleep in the day, in the night, because you have to make the government be proud in winning cases. The VP's role is critical. How is it critical? Surprisingly, those that are still in doubt of our judiciary, let me make it clear that under President Marabio's presidency, the judiciary has been very, very independent. They will not work under duress, nor they will force to take certain decisions. Very, very independent. The life and the blood of any state lies in the judiciary. When justice is bemoaned, definitely that nation will not be happy. For the record, it will surprise you that under President Marabio's first inning, 5 Supreme Court cases, the APC win 4. The SLP won 1. Can you imagine? That tells you the independence of the judiciary under President Marabio. Supreme Court cases were 5 in the last administration. The APC won 4, including the KKY case as well as the Dr. Samuel case of having the legality to run or not to run. They win 4, and the SLP won 1. Under President Marabio's watch, in this nation, the APC won 32 election petitions. The SLP won only 28. You can imagine ruling governments losing cases to the opposition. That's the record. What is this telling us? It is telling us that President Marabio's hand of independence, he will not interfere. He will leave the judiciary as well as the legislative house to work freely. See the many laws we've made in 5 years, about 82 laws, whether new, repeal or replace, 82, free hand. That's the man, DPP. I hope you will critically watch before prosecuting, before standing for government, not to lose a case. You are working, you'll be working, you are very close to Mr. Napoleon Kuruma, who has been working very closely as Deputy Justice Minister with that office, and with his arbitration skill, negotiation skill, especially with the minor, big miners. You are going to make Swallow proud. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I will summarize with a brain. The Ban Ki-moon Elias, the Secretary General of the ruling Swallow People's Party, not a mineral at all, but a very strong one, Mr. Umaru Napoleon Kuruma. This man deserves a standing ovation.
Next time he will not sign your papers.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, he deserves a standing ovation. A man that will take a party from opposition to ruling deserves a standing ovation. He studied the skills and the techniques of politics since he titulated in the university. I first came across this man at loose elections. Is it 2005? Yes, at loose. We were in opposite town. Why it was pushing hard to become the loose Chief Justice. I was also pushing hard to make Umaru Paran Kuruma Chief Justice. Umaru Paran Chief Justice. Can you see? 2 Umarus at far. Umaru Napoleon Kuruma was pressing hard to become Chief Justice of the National Union of Swallow Students. And I also presented a candidate, Umaru Paran Tarali, for Chief Justice. Village students, we went to Fairway College. And we made a campaign. And then we stole the day from Fairway College and we made Umaru Paran Tarali Chief Justice at Mus in that particular year. That's the man. But a skillful politician though, strong, as I will tell you, he will be having a fine task. I want to believe the mining sector will contribute a lot to Operation Feed Sierra Leone. I will take you to brief East Lane as the aspiring chairman of the mineral sector in this parliament. Mr. Umaru Napoleon Kuruma. It took 90 years. There was no artisanal mining policy in this nation. Can you see? 90 years. Mining started 1930 until 2019. Under President Madabio's watch at Cabinet, he ratified the first artisanal mining policy. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker? I'm not saying that there were no hard up documents to steer the ship of mining, but I'm talking of a comprehensive artisanal mining policy. It saw the light of day in 2019. That is today. 3 policies: the geodata management policy, swallow mineral policy, artisanal mining policy. That is achievements you are going to inherit. Mr. Napoleon, under President Madabio's first inning, we saw the Extractive Industries Revenue Act that is giving swallow huge money today from mining companies. If you ask NRA, they will tell you. Mr. Napoleon Kuroma, under President Madabio's first inning, we saw the Mines and Minerals Development Act. That's so phenomenal with novelty. That's the act. It will contribute 10% free courage from the iron ore bauxite producers to give to the government of Sierra Leone. Yet, the government of Sierra Leone will not spend a dime, but that act gives the power to the government of Sierra Leone. First time in history, Sierra Leoneans, especially the mining community, they are going to receive 1% of the community development fund. Mr. Napoleon. That's the act. And I want to believe, being a contributor to most of these agreements, working in the office of the Attorney General before this time, you'll be very relevant and pivotal to make new agreements this step around. Mr. Napoleon Kuroma, you're going to help work in hand with Mr. Julius Matai to make Salonians feel the sweetness of their minerals. The Botswana scenario will tell you, it takes our land, it takes our hearts. It takes our heart, it takes everything away from us. The minerals. We want to benefit from the minerals, and you have that potential. The minerals. Very important. Mr. Napoleon Kuroma, the enemy has a very strategic plan. They are going to work very hard to bring a strategic plan that will match it from the mineral sector. That is it. At the end of the day, I want to believe, from the mineralization, the beneficiation to the people of Sierra Leone will be felt. And for mining community, whenever I talk of mining, I become so passionate because I want the people in the mining community, especially what the current act has done. First in history, we have designed a mining development fund that is not necessarily those children that will have mining, benefit from mining money. But even those children that are not miners, whether they are cocoa, coffee producers, or whether they are cola nut, orange producers, or plantain banana producers, yet they are now going to benefit from mining money. That is it. We saw transparency under President Madabio, first in history. Let me tell you one secret of the 2017 audit report. When I read audit report of 2017, it clearly told me that those monies called CDA were never accounted for. I'm not saying it. It is the audit report of 2017. The CDA money were never accounted for. President Madabio, to the people of Ferenbaya, first in history, they have paid 25 billion new euros. Does it not deserve a standing ovation on a knock on the debt? President Madabio pays about 40 billion to the people of Marampa and Mafoki. Does it deserve a knock on the debt? Remember? So transparency under President Madabio, and that is the office Mr. Napoleon Kuroma is going to work. That is it. In summary, ladies, only one lady, and gentlemen, that will be getting new offices in an hour's time. So Lonians hope on you. DPP, I think I must also make this humble appeal to you. It's like many of the international communities want to intimidate Sierra Leone, and you have that pivotal role. We cannot be intimidated. We are a sovereign state, as spelled out in Chapter 3 of our Constitution, as well as we also want it to be known to the international community that we respect the bilateral relationship, we honor it, we cannot deviate from it. But yes, make it clear, the government lawyer DPP, that international community should also respect Article 41 of the Vienna Convention. Article 41 of the Vienna Convention. It prohibits diplomats not to interfere into the domestic politics of nations. And we cannot be intimidated. Let the DPP make it very clearly that in as much as we respect the sovereignty, I've never had a Sierra Leonean ambassador poking nose into the affairs of Germany or Germany as a country. Yet Germany also practices proportional representation. I've never seen or heard Sierra Leonean High Commissioner poking nose into the British elections. Yes. No way. I have seen that. So Article 40, I have seen it. It's probably a mirage. Yeah. So the BPP's role, she will make clearly that we are a sovereign state, we cannot and must not be intimidated, and diplomats should keep to the bilateral relationship we should share. Honorable members, I call upon all, from the left and the right sides, that we speedily ratify these fine gentlemen and the lady among them, so that they can go and work for the people of Sierra Leone. I thank you very much.
I thank the Honourable Member for his contribution to this debate. Let me give a snapshot of the work program I want us to go through today. I have tentatively 21 speakers on my list who want to take the floor on the debate on the presidential address today. 21. Now, and I plan to take an adjournment for lunch, not later than 12:30. So which means we have exactly 1 hour to complete this particular item on the other paper, and then adjourn for lunch, and come back and start the debate proper on the presidential address. Inevitably, this means I've got to limit the length of speeches to be made from now on. I don't want to put any figure on it as yet. I just want to see if you can each apply some self-denying injunction on yourselves. If I notice that people are exceeding what is reasonable as a limit, then obviously I'll do the needful. So with that, let me get an indication of those who wish to take the floor. Yes, on this one. Obviously, you must know I cannot accommodate all of you. So who would like to give up on this one? And hopefully, if your name is already on the list,
Why not?
okay. Let us be fair. Let us be fair, reasonable. I will give preference to those from Kenema. I'll give preference to those from Kwenadugu and Calabar. Let's start with Kwenadugu and Falaba. If you know you are not from those two districts, please take your
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
No, please, let's be honest. I will come to Kenema, I know. want to try and accommodate as many people as I want to see the Falaba MPs and the Kwanadugu MPs.
And I'm sure Mr. Speaker would also like to see the women speaking for Honorable to speak. I'm sure you'd like to see a female member of Parliament. Thank you.
Taking up my time.
I want to suggest.
Don't ask me. Let me start. Okay, let me start with Falaba. You have the floor. And
Thank you very much.
impose on yourself an injunction of time.
I'll be brief, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to thank His Excellency for choosing these fine men and women to continue to, as he used to do, to serve in their various capacities. Mr. Speaker, as I promised, I will be brief. I want to zoom into the GPP nominee. You are going to a challenging office, an office that is challenged with so many cases. We have citizens waiting in detention centers. Their files are in your office. It is only you can determine their fate now, whether to be charged, discharged, or whatever. That is within your remit. And I will emphasize on Article 41 of the Vienna Convention, which the Deputy Leader too emphasized on. No foreign diplomat has the right to interfere into our internal affairs. It is clear there. And it has happened several times. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I will read with your leave, Mr. Speaker, for the edification of the general public. It is the duty of the one receiving immunities, privileges to respect the laws of the receiving state. This goes to those who are citizens of Sierra Leone who are relying on people that are receiving immunities in this country, diplomats who used to say, there was one I read the last time, Mr. Speaker, the foreign diplomat was emphasizing on the project that the opposition was emphasizing on, Mr. Speaker. Let it be known to the world that that particular diplomat, he knows himself that he breached this particular article. Mr. Speaker, having addressed the issue of the GPP, of course, the files I've talked about them. I will zoom into the son of the soil, Mr. Speaker, because charity begins at home. Our brother, our hero, our lion, Mr. Umaru Napoleon Nkrumah. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Umaru Napoleon Nkrumah, Esquire, is a household name in this country. He has served as the National Secretary General for the SLPP with fear, without favor, in good faith. And he has represented the young people in that capacity very well. To him, Mr. Speaker, I was not privileged to speak to the youth who were appointed here, the young people who were appointed here. He's a young man that I know will provide that leadership. I just want to admonish those who have been appointed as young people, and him as well, to know that they owe a duty to the young people of this country. And I know he will mentor them. It is a duty that we cannot afford to breach, Mr. Speaker, because as you rightly said just now in your speech, if that duty is breached, there will be consequences. The consequences will be that we will not be entrusted with leadership. It will not be so soon for any president to entrust leadership to us, the young people of this country. We cannot afford to disappoint the majority that are waiting on the street, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to the nominees for the board, the ACC board. The previous board have done extremely well, those who were there, who scored the highest in history. So you've been challenged. The challenge you have been put to is to ensure that you increase that number. We cannot afford to go below that number. That percentage scored in the past 5 years, we cannot afford to go below. The highest we scored previously, Mr. Speaker, is below 40 or 50, Mr. Speaker. Now we are above 70, Mr. Speaker. So we want to see we record 90%, 95%, like we scored in the enrollment in basic and senior secondary school rating, Mr. Speaker. We scored 100% in early enrollment. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, it will interest you to know that the ACC has served as another breadbasket for this nation, because it is with trust and confidence in the judiciously use of what is dispersed to the state that is prompting other donors or granting agencies to continue to support us. Mr. Speaker, as I promised, I will not take your time. I heard the deputy leader too said, the president said, and he has said it before me, that SO2 monkey walk, monkey eats. Mr. Speaker, I want to plead with the president, and I want the SLPP government and the advisors to the president, without prejudice to 61. I want them to know that we have so many monkeys, qualified monkeys in Falaba. A lot of monkeys, qualified monkeys, if that is the suitable phrase to use. That means we have qualified, suitable Sierra Leoneans in Falaba district that can be brought here for appointment. I can't wait to see them, Mr. Speaker, with special reference to our district chairman, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, it will interest you to know that Falaba district is the only district in the north, in the whole north, that delivered the district council chairperson, 10 councillors, 2 honorable members for the SLPP. We want to see that reflect in the appointments, in jobs. Mr. Speaker, we've done a lot. I think we deserve better. Mr. Speaker, we know people will say we are doing your road. Yes, we appreciate that one. But Mr. Speaker, if we can have some of our qualified youths, qualified men and women, to offices where they can continue to support the activities of the government in our district, this will enable the activities of the SLPP to be planted, or the lubrication of the SLPP into our district. This will enable us, come 2028, to deliver the 18 councillors, the 4 honorable members, without which, Mr. Speaker, it will be challenging. And in giving those appointments, Mr. Speaker, we heavily rely on the National Secretary General, who has served as our father. He has supported us. The Vice President as well, he has done a lot for us, Mr. Speaker. But with the appointment, Umar Napoleon Kumai serving our Esquire, Mr. Speaker, the body will be heavy on him. Support him to have other people that will help him. It is challenging, Mr. Speaker. You and I know, to come from the north for the SLPP, in some areas, Mr. Speaker, you and I know it is a taboo. Really? It is a taboo, Mr. Speaker, in some areas. So if we are here, we've done what we've done in the past, in the just concluded elections, Mr. Speaker, as I say, I will repeat, without prejudice to 61, we are pleading, Mr. Speaker, for us to have a fair representation in this government. It is a plea. This is the suitable platform I can use to say this, Mr. Speaker. I think it will reach to those who can hear this better, and action is needed, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
I thank the Honorable for his contribution to the debate. Is there any other follow-up, man?
Yes.
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to have a say on this approval of the nominees sent here by the President. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to thank the President immensely for sending us these fine nominees for approval by Parliament. I'm sure he has taken his time to scrutinize each and every one of them, and they have also come in front of the appointment committee in Parliament here, and they have been vetted. All of them have gone through all of those stages, and I think, as far as I'm concerned, they are qualified for approval, having gone through those very, very difficult stages. They are qualified for approval. But then, to the nominees, I want to admonish you by referring to a quotation in the Holy Quran, chapter 33, verse 72, Surah Al-Ahzab, which says, truly, we did offer al-amana, that is trust, or moral responsibility, or honesty, and all the duties which Allah has ordained to the heavens, and the earth, and the mountains. But they declined to bear it. Bear what? Bear trust. And we are afraid of it, afraid of Allah's torment. But man bore it. Verily, he was unjust to himself and ignorant of its results. Unquote. This is talking about trust. The people of this nation voted His Excellency the President on the 24th June 2023 to give him another mandate and placed trust in him. He in turn has decided to call upon you, nominees, and pass on some of this trust unto you, for you to help him carry that trust that the people of this nation has placed upon him. Trust. The mountains refused to carry it. Because the true significance of it is, when you place the trust, the burden of trust is so heavy that when you place it on top of a mountain, the mountain will crumble under that weight. It is so heavy, that burden. It is that one that the President has taken part of and given it to you. Can you carry it without crumbling? You maintain that trust that the people of this country has placed onto the President, and by extension onto you people. Please, as you go into these offices, because we will ratify all of you very soon, as you go into these offices, please try to remember that you should not fail the trust placed on you by the President, and by extension the people of this nation. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, please allow me to zoom on our National Secretary General, Omaru Napoleon Kuruma Esquire, the son from the twin districts of land of powerful mixtures and the land of milk and honey. The son of Peter Farah Yebe Kuruma and Adama Kamara, a Madingo woman, my own sister. The grandson of Bamba Farah Kokofa Kuruma, the proud grandson. Sir Napoleon Kuruma, you have been reappointed from one sensitive position to another sensitive position. You performed very, very well in your previous position as Deputy Minister of Justice. You acquitted yourself well. You earned or you won the trust of the President and the trust of the nation. Hence, the reason for your reappointment to this other new and more sensitive position again. You are going to a ministry.
Hold on, I don't want to impose a time limit. I left that to you, to your best judgment. But I'm beginning to see the need to do so.
I'm going to be very brief. You are going to a ministry that is very, very important to this nation, especially in the revenue aspect. The nation relies on the Ministry of Mines for revenue to carry out all of its responsibilities. Especially now that we are going to have this field salon, the Ministry of Mines and Mineral Resources is going to be very, very key in the revenue provision for the government to be able to successfully carry out that task. So please, as you go there, work hand in hand with the substantive minister so that the country benefits.
And on that note, honorable member,
Mr. Speaker,
on that note,
honorable member, on that note, I want to also zoom in on Edwin Fore.
No. On that note,
all of the appointees, you have my support, and I want to congratulate you in advance for the appointment.
I thank
you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I thank you. Now is the turn of the Kenyan district. No. I think you Falaba spoke for Kwena. You are twins. You are not identical, but you are twins. Let me take the opportunity to recognize a number of personalities in our midst before we proceed. We have in our midst the learned Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Mohamed Lamin Tarawale. Honorable Justice N.C. Brown Mack, Justice of the Supreme Court. Is he here? I've been given a list here, but I'm not seeing the people. Well, let me try again. Honorable Justice E.E. Roberts. Epi Roberts. Is he here? Again, he's not. Well, I will send this list back to be reviewed before I continue. Let me now give the floor to the Honorable Member from Kelema.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the nominees as presented are qualified. They were judged in the appointment committee, and they did very well. They will be presented to the plenary for our consideration. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, without wasting any time, I wish to comment on the Deputy Minister Designate of Mineral Resources, Mr. Kuruma, ESQ, the current National Secretary General of the SFPB. In my mind, I believe it's the reason the President have appointed a lot of young people, because he has shown examples in his leadership role as a young person to serve as National Secretary General for the oldest political party in Sierra Leone for 2 terms. He's currently serving. That is no mean job. Because we all know when it comes to lower level elections, for example, and symbol award, the pressure, the executive, national chairman, the other executive, the national secretary general, the leadership will be under. We will always manage and meander his way alongside leadership, and at the end of the day, come out in a way that will be accepted by all. Notwithstanding, he has served in a lot of other capacities. As chairman NCP, he did well. As Deputy Minister of Justice, he did well. And now as Deputy Minister Designate of Mineral Resources. That is a huge responsibility. And in my mind, I believe there is a blame in that particular ministry now. The substantive minister is qualified in strategic minerals. The Deputy Minister Designate is a lawyer. And by the resume presented, he holds a higher master's degree in arbitration. The Minister of Mineral Resources will be dealing with a lot of investment, direct foreign investment. So a huge chunk of money from companies will be going in there. And there will be this agreement and other agreements. So there's a blend of a lawyer with the background of arbitration and somebody who is qualified in mineral resources.
Mr. Speaker, I swear, I therefore move that first week night to be suspended so that the presence of the House will continue.
I thank the Honorable Lady. Any seconder?
So second, Mr. Speaker.
I can only have one.
I so second.
Thank you. All in favor of the motion, say aye. And those against, say nay. The ayes have it. You promised you'll be brief.
Definitely. So, of course, Mr. Omo Napoleon Kuruma, his appointment is apt, and I'm sure he will work with his superior, giving his background and acumen to ensure that we have the required result. A lot of MPs have spoken on interference from foreign diplomats. All of these are happening because probably we rely on some other countries for resources to run our affairs as a state. So if we can manage our resources well, particularly so, mineral resources, I'm sure we have the required resources to be able to pay for our services. And therefore, when you have a political independence without economic independence, you always have interference from those countries that they want to put their money to those situations. So we are hoping that we will begin we're beginning to get the required resources from our mineral resources under the President Bill, and we want that to continue. And I have no doubt that Mr. Kuruma and the current Minister of Mineral Resources will do just that. I wish him well in his endeavors. Of course, on the members going to the advisory board of ACC, they will be there to provide the policy guidelines. The ACC have done so much already on the corruption perception of Sierra Leoneans, and those have done drastically. They are doing very, very well. We hope they will continue to work with the Commissioner and all the other stakeholders so that corruption will continue to be very expensive, and those who will find corrupt will, of course, definitely be dealt with. I wish them well also. The chairman of the SLPP Kenema district, Mr. Moriba Sobon Kuruma, a.k.a. Abao. The Abao name is not a nickname. He is called Abao because he is the head of the traditional secret society, the Oje and the hunting society in Kenya. Would that be called the Mende Oje? That is the head we are talking of. He's a very courageous man. He has defended the SFP in Kenya all his life.
So the position of Baba Akbar is vacant there?
I want to consult him on that because I am not a member. From all I know, he is a defender of the SFP.
I have an applicant.
Okay, I will arrange with the chairman and the back. We'll get back to you on that side. He's a very courageous person. He has put the SFP together in Kenema. He has defended the SFP. He has used his position as the Agba to mobilize young people, but for the right reasons, not the wrong reasons at all. And his appointment as Deputy Internal Affairs Minister has been hailed at top Kenya. That is why the Ligara is all across the I want to assure this house that Kenya will gain peace and serenity. But what has been lacking, for example, is probably appointments like this. But it came at the right time when everybody would now be satisfied somehow and sit in your very quiet corner and participate in the governance of the country. So that is the man. So and his appointment will equal a big hope to other SLPP grassroots people. That you have to be patient and your own time will come. Eventually there will be time when you be appointed. And he's a man who, even without a presidential appointment, though probably he has some other job, he has always been galvanizing people and giving them jobs somehow, giving them appointment in very many other spheres of life. And I'm sure with this one, he will do more. So I wish him well and will continue to guide and support him as stakeholders in Kenya. I thank you so much.
Let me recognize the following personalities on behalf of the House. First and foremost, the one and only Chairman Dr. Prizani. I can't see him from where I'm seated. The Honorable Emmanuel Saadbeki, former MP. Honorable Mansour Abu Dumbuya, former MP. Chairman of Calabar, SLPP, Yaya Wanu, former Chair Bo District, Joseph Mudabini, Alhaji Mohammed Bailo Jallo, ERO Eastern Region. Mr. Cyril Jackson Smith, former Director of the Public Relations Office. Yes. Very good. Last but by no means least, the one and only former women's leader. Let me now give the floor to the Honorable Ibrahim Kuroma from Kenema.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable goes to sit down. Honorable, let me just take you. Listen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hold on. I take your point without saying a word. You're a new member.
Yes, sir.
Read your SOs well.
Okay, sir.
Parliamentary language is totally different from the language outside of the school. Here we have language that is decorous. Decorous, it is simple, it is straightforward, it is civilized. And you refer to your colleague in that manner.
Let him withdraw.
Go on.
Mr. Speaker, let him withdraw.
In addition, Mr. Speaker, you know, when you are here, I always tell you, when you are here, it's a place of learning. You have to learn. You have your own, if you have anything to say seniority outside, but when you are here, you respect the seniors. And that man is your senior, the honorable member.
It's okay, Mama. Mama, it's all right. The lexicon is different. No, I think the point is well made. The lexicon here is different. And over time, they'll get adjusted to it. Okay.
On that goes, withdraw, please.
I'm very sorry. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for getting that. I want to say thank you and appreciation to His Excellency, President Julius Maada Bio, for this credible nominees. They have gone through parliamentary appointment committee, and that committee has ascertained their confidence in them. Today, they are here for general approval for members of parliament. I want to say congratulations in nutshell to all of you. I want you to go with two things. One, the presidential agenda of His Excellency Julius Maada Bio, on which he decided to appoint you to take over those critical positions. Today you are first among equals. There are many civil unions who are qualified, but today you are the first among equals. Think of President Bio's agenda to change this country, agenda to transform civil unions for a better future of this country. Think of that. Two, also make sure that you work diligently to serve your conscience and God. When you work diligently to serve your conscience and God, you are always on the right path. I want you to take note of that. You do that, meaning at the end of the day, you achieve your purpose of appointment. Also, make sure that when you go to those offices, try very hard to justify your confidence so that His Excellency, without being a genius smarter than you, will not feel regret of appointing you. Equally, so you prevent yourself from Section 61 of this noble Constitution, in which the President has the mandate to appoint and terminate. Always think of that. So congratulations in advance for all of you. I want to talk of the the Deputy Minister of Mines and Mineral Resources, who happens to be the National Secretary General of the SNP. Napoleon Kuruma. Chairman. The meaning of the word Kuruma in the Mandingo tribe or Krango tribe. Take your time. You are Fakoli, a solution. A very strong person with instinct, natural instinct.
And the meaning of Napoleon?
The meaning of Napoleon, I will tell you later. Mr. Kuruma, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, is a man with probity. He's a man with rectitude. He's a man that maintains the values of respect. Very, very respectful. Trustworthy. Mr. Kuruma.
Does the Kuruma beat?
Yes.
What about the Napoleon bit? Is it the
Bonaparte? I'll bring Napoleon later. Mr. Kuruma, taking into account the SNP as one of the oldest political parties in the sub-region and Seoul, he always meanders his way to ensure that when it comes to the internal politicking in this country, at the end of the day, will drive us and land with us safe. That is the man. His appointment is not a surprise to us. We pray that President Bio, with time, will elevate him more than the position. Now to the district chairman of Kenima District. About Mr. Kuruma is the district chairman for Kenima District, a second-term district chairman. That tells you that he's a very hard-working district chairman. He always brings together our political differences to ensure that we support His Excellency without taking a smart people. A very good outcome. He has been doing that. His appointment as Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs, and a man with a political strategy, I'm not surprised. Yeah? I could recall before 2018, when APC was in power, he was victimized, he was humiliated, he was embarrassed. With all those things, at the end of the day, he tried very hard to put SNP together, and in 2019, we won the election. Before 2018, Mr. Speaker, remembers, there was a police inspector general called Karo. He was in Kenima. He used to flog SLPP leaders. He would lie down on the ground and flog them. Karo, he did everything humanly possible to suppress the survival of SLPP in the East. But notwithstanding those things, about the newly appointed designate Internal Affairs Minister, I want you to smile So I want to say thank you. On that note, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to say congratulations to you all. May God guide and protect you in the various ways. Thank you.
I'll take one more. I'll take one from Kailam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you something that you didn't know. When you said you're just taking from Kailam, Kwenadugu, and Calabar, I thought to myself, Mr. Speaker is definitely not aware of something. That NAPS is also from Kailam, Mr. Speaker. Is also from Kailam, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, as my colleague from the other side, who is not here today, will say, we are here again today. Today again, Mr. Speaker, we have some fine gentlemen and ladies here to be approved. We thank His Excellency for appointing them. They're all very well qualified, and I can only wish them well. But Mr. Speaker, I'm going to zoom in on a few of them. The first is my brother, Napoleon. Mr. Speaker, this country and history will not forget Napoleon. For what he has done to us and for all he has done. If I was in the appointment committee and being asked by His Excellency, I would say definitely Napoleon deserves more than where he's going. Napoleon, my brother, do well with what you've been given. I know you will shine more than what you've been given, and I know in future you will deserve more and you will be granted more. More than.
Mr. Speaker, point of order 34. It's not the business of the appointment committee to determine who President appoints in any position. It's the business of the appointment committee to vet presidential nominees. He has the sole executive powers to put people in places in the fields. We don't have control over that. That's what we present them. So don't want to make that correction to madam, please. So even if you're the appointment committee, I will raise point of order for you if you raise that point. We just let you if you are fit for purpose of that office. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the leader.
I thank my leader, which is why I said if I was given the opportunity, I will advise. I'm not saying I will appoint, Mr. Speaker. If I was in the opportunity given to, I will advise accordingly. That is my view. And I'm entitled to that, Mr. Leader. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I also want to zoom into my brother, Mr. Foregondo. I haven't met you personally, but reading your resume, I know you can do well in the department that you go in. I wish you well, my brother. Now I want to pay a tribute to a special sister, someone that I have worked with in the 5th Parliament, and all of us have worked with, Honorable Josephine McHugh. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, a lady of great quality, interpersonal relationship. She is all that this parliament needed. We worked tirelessly in the 5th Parliament for us to get the jewelry bill. She was one of the fronters of that bill. It was our hope that she would be in the 6th Parliament. She is not here today because she didn't debate well in this world. She's not here today because her people don't love her. She's not here today because she was not a good MP. She is not here, Mr. Speaker, purely because of political parties' politics. But Honorable Josephine, you'll be remembered by His Excellency. The office that you are going into, do well. This country will continue to remember you. Your services to this nation will not go unnoticed. You served this parliament, and this parliament will one day repay you back. Thank you for what you did. As you go into your office, you're going there as an advisor. Do what you do best. You have been like a mother to many of us. And some of us, I want to say thank you for what you have been. When you go into that office, don't do your motherly thing there. Because you have people coming to you to plead not to be prosecuted when they do corruption. Be half and half of a mother and do more of your job. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Sierra Leone is fighting corruption. We are scared of corruption. We are running away, but corruption is still chasing us, Mr. Speaker. It's still chasing. Let's be careful as a country, as citizens. My dear Josephine, you are wish well. And to all the other nominees to be approved in this well, you are wish well. Do well in your various offices. This country and Parliament is looking highly up to you, and we wish you all the best. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, may I, for the records,
I thank the Honorable Lady for her contribution.
yes, Mr. Speaker, order, please.
Yes.
I refuse not to obstruct my honorable member when speaking here. Political parties are there to shape the political ideology as a vehicle for our public democracy. So when you are not given the opportunity to serve, you can be given an opportunity to serve in another capacity.
Yeah, and she's serving that.
And she's serving in another capacity. In the eternity. When studying the intra-political parties in this chamber, I want us to distance ourselves from that, Mr. Speaker. For a democratic state, those we have intra-party democracy, we should respect that. We should not reduce it to another challenge that is a party within ourselves. Purely busy the principles and ideology of political parties. We sign documents when we are about to do our single assessment. We sign it. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm just doing it.
You are reacting to some innuendo that I do not quite appreciate.
Yes.
I understand why you are.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Let me recognize Mr. Indolo Bindi. Indoa Bindi. Deputy Minister in Gender and Children's Affairs. I wanted to move on, but Kenema seems to have such a powerful magnet that every time I try to move away, I'm drawn back. I really don't know why. Is it maybe because of the Agba? I give the floor to Honorable is it Ella Goma?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, my name is Honorable Mariama Ella Goba, representing Kenema Districts. The proposed Deputy Minister for Internal Affairs, Mr. Moriba S. Koroma, referred to as Abao, is a household name, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. With loud voice and standards, we never melt in silence in Sierra Leone. Kenema, to be specific, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the SLPP, both in Kenema and generally Sierra Leone, will never forget the impact of this young man in the world. He has sacrificed a lot and all goals to ensure that Kenema District maintain sanity. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, with huge confidence, I can guarantee that the internal structure of our country are in safe hands with Mr. Moriba. watched him control one of the largest political, graphic, in the country with ease. I am sure the same can be adopted in assuring that national assignments is accomplished successfully. I thank you all.
I thank the Honorable Lady, and I want to thank you especially for being very brief and directly to the point. You know, you remind me of the old adage, brevity is the soul of wit. You don't have to be so laborious or, to deliver. Well done.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I hope the members from Pujao will follow your example when I give them the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let me recognize the presence of the presidential spokesman, Honorable Al-Bakar. Last but not the least, speaker on my list, before we wind up this debate, is the Honorable Boasting.
Thank you.
At least you are compensated for the little infraction.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I do normally like to sing praises on nominees. Some people need to be recognized and be celebrated. Today, we want to celebrate some distinguished gentlemen. I will start with our own very Secretary General, Napoleon. We want to celebrate Napoleon. You've done extremely well, and I'm confident that you've learned under the erudite leadership of Dr. Alex Pinsadi. I have no doubt in my mind that you will not perform. You've done so before when you were appointed as the Deputy Minister of Justice and that of the Chairman of NCP. We have no doubt, and I have no doubt in my mind. I wish you well, Mr. Kuma, to continue to do the best for our very own party, SFP. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, if I fail to recognize and celebrate the man called Moriba Eskroma about, I will not cross them there. Mr. Speaker,
not only that, you will forget about your ambition for 2020.
Mr. Speaker, my very personal self and my family pay gratitude to about Mr. Kuma. For me to be here today as a member of Parliament, he did extremely well and stood by me to ensure I achieve my goal. I have no platform to thank about. I have to use this platform to thank you. Thank you very much. As a brother, as a loyal person. Mr. Speaker, honorable members.
You not explain to me, so I cannot hear you.
No, Mr. Speaker, I have to do that. It is. When you have good people in your life, you have to recognize that and you celebrate them. There's no other means of doing that. You have this platform to do that. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, in 2018 after elections, Mr. Kuma was not appointed. But he has confidence and belief in His Excellency the President that one day he will be appointed. Today, Mr. Moriba Eskroma has been appointed as Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs, and I'm confident that he's going to perform. I have no doubt in my mind. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we don't like normally to sing praises, but when people are good, we say it. He's a good man. And I'm confident that he has put together the people of Kenya, and And you can attest to the fact that the gallery will attest this, that he's a good man. Mr. Speaker, honorable member, make no doubt, he's the governor of Kenema. Thank you very much, Dr. Alex Minsani, for giving us the support that we are here today to celebrate National Day. Mr. Speaker, I want to celebrate Honorable Josephine Machi. It's our sister, it's our mother. She did well when she was in this parliament as member of parliament for constituency 014. We are not here today because you mean people do not like you. No. It's the matrix of politics. You can be here today and I will not be here tomorrow. But I'm confident that the same institution, the same SFPP that gave you the symbol that you will hear is the same SFPP government today has appointed you to be one of the I want to thank you. Rest assured that you have your support as members of parliament. So the rest of the nominees, I want to thank you and I wish you well in your various endeavors. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honorable member for his contribution to this debate. We shall now wind up the debate. And the next speaker on my list is the acting leader of the opposition. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Mohamed Bambura.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members. Article 41 of the Geneva Convention this spelled out the roles and duties of sovereign states. And this, no ambassador, I repeat, no ambassador has gone against this section of the convention. Mr. Speaker, honorable members.
No ambassador who?
No, I said no ambassador.
In this country?
No ambassador. Yes, I'm coming. No ambassador yet. No ambassador yet. Mr. Speaker, honorable members. Democratic values are universal. Universal. Either you are in Kenya, or you are from Pakistan, or from US, or you are from Sierra Leone. The same values we enjoy here democratically are the same values we enjoy in Pakistan. That is why they are universal. They are unique. And the ambassador that we are talking about here today, he is still under the confines of the democratic values he spoke of. Trust the government of Sierra Leone. Trust the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Trust the Minister of Foreign Affairs. That if he has done otherwise, definitely, by now they will need him to answer for that. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, today again, we are here this morning to approve nominees of the President. Nominees of the President. I don't want to waste your time to talk about Napoleon Koroma, because Napoleon Koroma is a house within Israel. We all know him. We all know what he stands for. He's a man who cut across. He cut across. And he has been called upon by His Excellency the President always to serve in sensitive positions. Sensitive positions. From NCP to Minister of Justice, now Mineral Resources. Mines. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to bring before the floor the gentleman who has been called upon by the President to serve as the DPP Director of Prosecution. You know, this man, he's a very, very soft-spoken, erudite lawyer of long standing. He is. He has always been there. Rain or shine. I mean, rain or shine, he has always been there. The APC, he's always there. The SLPP, he's always there. He's one of the few civil servants in this country that upheld the principles of neutrality. He's one of the few. Mr. Usman Kanu, you are going to be the new DPP. Well, let me hasten to bring you to light about the problems of that office. The problem of that office. Director of Public Prosecution is a very complex office. Very complex. For the past over 20 years. That is the office, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, where police officers will do a case and they have the file. They send, before ever they charge, they send the file to the DPP office for advice. Many a time, Mr. Kanu, many a time, out of 100 political cases that go to the office of the DPP, 100 of them always result to charging. Always. Be it from the SLPP days or the APC days. Always, always. Even the police officers who normally process that case, sometimes they have a very feeble reasons. But because they are political cases, they just bundle them and they expect the DPP to sign, charge, and they charge you, go to court. Yes, that is the office my brother is going to take. So when I heard your name, I was rest assured that, oh, all right, hold on. Mr. Kanu now is going to that office, knowing the neutrality you are, knowing your stance, your soft-spoken attitude, then I know that if the police officer come before you, especially the CID, come with a file before you, honestly, you do the needful to scrutinize that file and advise the government, especially the AG, either to charge or not to charge. So I wish you well, and I will monitor you in that office. I will keep observing. You know, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we have one of us, Honorable McCain, Josephine, is now going to the anti-corruption office. as one of the advisors. We'll miss you in this way. Your soft-spoken voice and the smile that we're going to miss in this parliament. When I heard the news that your name was not in the list of the Kenema, I said to myself, I trust in God Almighty.
Like you.
Like me. I said I trust in God Almighty. God always protects good people. Always. There is a way He always elevates good people.
As He has done for you.
You know, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, Honorable McKay is a mother. McKay is a mother. And we believe that she is going to that office with an attitude of motherliness. With an attitude of motherliness. I have no doubt. I have no doubt whatsoever that the Anti-Corruption Commission, an office already being the end view of the world in fighting corruption, has got a main player added to the list. Honorable Speaker, much has been said about the Agbawo. Agbawo of Kenema. I know him. The Agbawo of Kenema during our days, the APC. I know him. And I also know him, the Agbawo under the SNPP days. He's a steadfast man. That's how he is.
A warrior.
He's a warrior. He's a fighter. He has a little bit of attributes, like me. All I would say, Mr. Chairman, about you go to that office. It's a very complex office. But I know with you and your minister, you are going to deliver the peace and security of this country. Especially at a time when our young people in this country are facing difficulties under the hands of the push. The drugs. I know you will put a team together with your minister to go around this country, to go around and chase the coup sellers. We know them. We know them. Go out and get them. Stop bringing the coups to this country. Whoever they are, you have the support of this parliament to go and get them. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I will not hold you long. I will say we from this end. We from this end. We from this end, we are 100% in support of the approval of the Amendment of Parliament. So honor you, I don't know. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, please hurriedly approve this members.
I thank the Honorable Acting Leader of the Opposition. Over to you now. Leader of Government Business. Is that his new title?
Mr. Speaker, it's not a new title. I was fighting a battle to re-elect the now chairman. At that time, it was the chairman and leader of the SFPP. So I was the campaign chairman. So I went to the north. Yeah, people are very hostile. The bullet. So I was using some amphibic way of putting my speech. Making it wet and making it dry. So the boys around me call me a real crocodile. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to say thanks to you, my colleague on the other side. You know, when my colleagues are asking, it's a we. You know, there's a difference between trying to deviate someone from the natural environment, trying to satisfy a minute group of people, and someone standing at a very strong position, defending his position on the Constitution. That's why I like to praise you. Not for any other thing, but talk about your stance that has to do with the Constitution. If you look at Section 97, if you look at the B part of it, it's very clear. You don't alienate yourself from people you represent. And that's exactly what you have done. It is in this Constitution. Thank you very much for bringing us to speed on certain issues that we're supposed to know, that has to do with our nominees. While we steadfastly try to, again, to react to one point you raised for the records. My colleague, I listened to him carefully. It's not the first time he's doing it. He was with my team in the 5th Parliament when we went for a meeting at Strasbourg. And we raised the issue of the Vienna Convention 1961. I will put a committee of political affairs. We said, we have signed and ratified the Vienna Convention. Long time ago. Member states, as a diplomat and whatever you are in the state, you should respect the Vienna Convention, Article 41. Article 41. We have stated at times without combat. And even when I was presenting the Minister of Foreign Affairs, from the committee stage right onto the plenary, I did mention about it. And we have to respect those conventions. Because it's coming from the United Nations. So thank you very much for your contributions, and I believe we have had it clear now. But let me start to talk about it. I've read their resume, I've presented them, giving them lucrative adjectives to present them to you because I interacted with them very, very well at the committee stage. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, it's good to have a young people, but very responsible ones. Then the thing is different from President Bio's agenda and trying to promote young people. Promote young people and give them responsibility of state. It's not the first time. People are just seeing it. Napoleon came as a Secretary General when he was a very young man. Mid-30s, as Secretary General of the Federal People's Party. We fought an erudite lawyer under the directives of the chairman sitting here today. Was a young man who is very respectful and a comrade. He's a comrade. A comrade from the Oradicas Club, which I have been in. He's sitting here not because he's called Napoleon. He's giving the position to serve Secretary and went unopposed in the World Convention. Not because he's called Napoleon. You don't need to like Napoleon because he's Napoleon. You can like Napoleon because of the work he's doing. And that is a young man. He is very humble and respectful. Sometimes you tend to meander, Dr. Ali will say, come here. Say, come here. Let's do it. He will come humbly and present his case to Dr. Ali. And take corrections. Sometimes he can be bitter, but he listens to those who think he has worked with under difficult circumstances. He's a loyal person. He knows what to do. He has crossed the length and breadth of this nation. He represents Israel People's Party. When he was outside the system, that is the SFPP core, he was a lawyer. He did a pro bono service from the Brewer Chambers, representing our people, when we are arrested by you people on the other side. Well, I don't know, but he was busy representing us, that's why I went to court. But I can remember when we met after his appointment. That's why the issue, we repeat the statement, the text is repeated. And I will again, for the records. And he knows what he's doing. And his heart is dry. His pathway is very clear. We comrades, we like to come from very difficult points. And when we achieve, it's very difficult to bring us down. That's why we are to strong as communists of the United. It's difficult to defeat us. Because you can only predict us when we appear. Our actions speak very loud for ourselves. But Mr. Napola, let me just repeat these words I read. Responding to committee, the erudite legal professional said he was grateful to His Excellency the President for the confidence bestowed on him to serve in his cabinet and his appointment to the mining sector was strategic move to critically review most of our mining disagreements. When we went to the committee, he said, I'm fully aware of the consequences of trying to abrogate agreement that we have signed, we have passed, ratified in Parliament. So because we are aware of that, I know the skills, I have the professionalism, I know what to do, I'm involved in applications. So he said, most of this in the interest of our people. We can review them. But he said somebody who is very careful about what he's doing. He's also mindful of the provision in the Constitution, Section 62, working with his substantive boss, like the minister. So we can review. I've been on it. He has done it when he was at the legal officers department. Now he's going to the mineral sector directly to look at some of these mineral agreements. In line with what my colleague said, with the minister now, Gilos Patai. Thank you very much for taking it to consideration. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, the reason why I made it very clear in this chamber, when we are about to approve ministers and in the final approval in the chamber, I did refer to section 62 of the Constitution, where you have the ministers and the deputy ministers working, and in between you have the permanent secretaries. Now you need to work together. You need to move on. Because sometimes the minister and deputy ministers have each other's throat because of the administrative maladministration of the permanent secretaries. Sometimes they tend to meander around them for their own personal interest. So what we have committed ourselves to the chief minister we approved, we said you should have clear desk responsibilities. So without going further, because Mr. Napolo was not around, and he said, look, I have served in different capacities with some amount of dexterity. I will continue to serve in that capacity. So thank you very much for acknowledging what you have done for yourself and also pushing for a proper reform at the mineral sector. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, let me talk about a man. His appearance is different from his action. A very decent politician. A man who can mobilize people in Chibok and I because of the decency and love for his people. It's a true Slovenian, a traditionalist, a man aka called Abao. And because he's a grassroots man. Romani once said, who feels it knows it. He feels for the common people. It's not a voice in it out on the grassroots. It's a typical spiritual sense of grassroots man. He feels for them. He knows what to do. You go anywhere, the length and breadth of your Kenima. He's popularly known because when you go to Kenima, the least man you meet around, you tell you about. People are trying to tempt him. They are trying on several occasions to tempt him. But let me tell you, it's not easy to bring a good man down. About you're a good man. Whether you like it or not. He's a good man. Those who go about pelting negative things around our people, President Bio is a very listed president and a visionary of this nation. You can say what you feel, but he knows what to do best for the interest of this nation. Appointing Agba is the right step in the right direction. He did not miss his words that Monkey will quote the words of Honorable Emerson Thomas, Deputy Leader 2. And Lamina. I combine them. Honorable Emerson Thomas, Lamina. Honorable Lamina, sorry. It is good for some of us to talk about people of certain nature about. People try to tell in different ways and forms. He contested, somebody says going for the second time as a district chairman. In fact, the second time he went unopposed because people went after him unnecessarily. And I told them, if you suffer SO2, if you enjoy them,
When times were tough, he was the one who brought all the delegates, queued them in front of President Bill, said, these are my delegates, Mr. President, to be. I'm going to ask them to pledge their loyalty and support to you, openly, on the camera. And he did that in the hall. He sacrificed and contributed for us where we are today. There's no way you are going to write the history of SFPP without including Mr. Abao. Mr. I said it in my opening statement, Mr. Speaker, you're not here. I said it in my opening statement. I said, it is not good for you to be a sycophant. If you love your leader, stand tall with your leader, fight for your leader. Look at the agenda and pull for where you are to succeed. The success of your leader is paramount. Our boy is not a sycophant. Our boy is a very strong man. He has supported President with the length and breadth of this vision. Today we are talking about push. But people are saying, go find a push. Honorable Mohamed Bangura said, let us go after those who are bringing it. I support you on that. But Mr. Moriba Eskoma, aka Abao, cannot talk in isolation. He has to take instructions from his boss. He has to take instructions from other dignitaries, so all the people who are working as stakeholders within the Internal Affairs Ministry. Hear us, listen to us, work with them. But it's this one talking about push. We have to curb it. We have laws on drugs. It's not becoming a menace in our society. Today we are this way because we are drugs free. How do we want our soldiers to be if we accept them to take drugs at all times? We don't need to accept drugs of any form. It's not acceptable in Australia by law. Thank God we had the presidential spokesman this year. People tend to blame the government because their children are taking push. You are probably responsible to take care of your children. The government provides policies so that you use those policies to take care of your own family. That is why we said, talking about education, the free and quality education. That's the only way we can change the nation. So fight for the survival of the nation, to bring this nation to a speed where we could be for this 21st century. And for a progressive future, it's only by education you can do it. There's no means you can do it. You talk for the likes of Dr. Prince Ali, you talk the likes of the speaker we have, the Alpha Khans, the Newmans, the Singapore Thomas, the Samashaka Samas Eta, because they are educated. So we are destroying our children, we are destroying our youth, telling them go for push. If you are a politician, you are not a full-blooded politician. You are not a human to say, look at drugs, take drugs. There are more drugs that are more dangerous than push. So, Mr. Speaker, with your leave, let us take this one as a nation drive in fighting drugs within our own system. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, for us, all of us, in helping to shape the political trajectory for our country, if your APC criticize us positively or bring us solutions. So I listen, we cannot be cowed because you are giving us support. We are in business of partnership. Those days of slavery are over. Those days of colonialism are over. Economically, we cannot be strong. But when the president said, we are going to form an independent body to shape our electoral system, it means we want to shape the trajectory of our electoral system. It's not subject to any negotiation. It's subject to the transformative drive we are taking to change the landscape of this country. That is why we are here. It's an inclusive system we are in. When we fought to have the free and equal education roll out, as enshrined in our constitution, when we are talking about an elimination of the death penalty, when we are talking about having to see how best we can help our girls to go to school, we do not ask people to come to us. We say we are going to do it by law, and we did it. When we said we are going to repeat Part 5 of the Public Order Act, we did it in the interest of Sierra Leone. We are doing the transformation in our electoral system because we have the interest of the state. So let us again in this drive to support our people. It's great, especially for the DPP, who by Section 66 of the Constitution has the full right to prosecute people who are involved in criminal offenses against the law of discretion. But it's not an independent person. It's under the direct supervision of the Minister of the Attorney General, Minister of Justice. We need to know some of these things. So as a nation, I'm trying to establish that we have independent nation, taking in for the Vienna Convention, the statement of our president. We have our nominees, shaping the trajectory of our country. Those who are in charge of prosecute, they have the constitutional obligation to do so. Mr. Speaker, let us live as a nation. But the only way we can succeed is to intertwine democracy, the opposition, whom the members of the executive, whom the judiciary, those in government. When we come together with good policies, our product will be pure democracy in Sierra Leone. There is no perfect democracy in Sierra Leone. But we have policy to change our trajectory, Mr. Honorable Bangola. For the others, our honorable and colleagues, for the Anti-Corruption Advisory Board, it's very clear. We started with citations from the section 22, subsection 4. We want them to know it's not an honorary board. It's not. The only way we can progress as a nation. Corruption is more than talking about cancer. It's a cancer of its type. Today nations are going bankrupt because of corruption. We can only talk about fees alone, other factors, other things that we are doing. As a drive for a nation, to have our GDP increased when we cut corruption. Corruption always fight back. So I advise you what is stated for the board is deliberate that to give, Mr. Speaker, is deliberate. Yeah, that read the provision, Mr. Speaker. You have to come to advise the Anti-Corruption Commission. You are carrying the responsibility to fight corruption. We are not perfect. As we speak, corruption is still moving around us. So we have to stand tall to fight corruption. So I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the time. Thank you, colleagues, for all what you have done for your contributions. But so much, Mr. Speaker. Let me stand tall on this platform. So also say thanks to our paramount chiefs. There is no way we are going to succeed as a nation. As I said, governance is by intertwining. You have the paramount chiefs, they are there to arbitrate us, even when we are in this house. So we give them the support, and they also give the support. It's a reciprocal business. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I thank you very much again for those who have served before in different capacities, especially for Mr. Moriba S. Kuruma and Mr. Umaru Napoleon Kuruma. Both of them, they have done their best. And those who are joining them, the DPP who have served in the corridors of the Attorney General's office. We hope and pray that the CV will speak volumes on the interpretation of the actual weapons. We also say thanks to President Yu for looking at these gentle people, putting them in the right place to serve this mission. There is no way we can work better, or we work better as Sierra Leoneans. Our political differences are very minor, but what brings us together is Sierra Leone, under the freedom, under the unity and justice. So Bangura, let me again stand tall to tell people you are on the right trajectory. We are not asking you to praise us. We are just asking you to take up your constitutional responsibility. Criticize us. If it is positive, we can accept it. If it's not positive, we can challenge it. Mr. Thompson, you too. Nobody can challenge you. You are under the directives of the Constitution. Nobody bigger than the Constitution. Thank you very much for joining us, inviting a joining cause. A joining cause to fight Sierra Leone. A joining cause to bring us together. Because we believe, as Sierra Leoneans, there is only one country we have. The unity of Sierra Leone is very powerful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I move that the fifth report of the first session of the 6th Parliament of the Committee on Appointment and the Public Service be adopted by the House, and the recommendations contained therein be approved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honorable Leader of Government Business, and before him the Honorable Leader of the Opposition for their contributions to this important debate. I think this will be the last approvals of nominees of His Excellency the President that the House will be making before we rise for our recess tomorrow. Before I put the question, however, let me advise both the nominees and their supporters in the galleries that the rules here do not permit you to leave your seats before I rise. You should only rise after I move out of this well, not before. So the same decorum that you are demonstrating now should continue until I take my exit. Thank you for that understanding. Honorable members, the question is that the fifth report of the first session of the 6th Parliament of the Committee on Appointments and the Public Service be adopted by the House and that the recommendations contained therein be approved. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it.
Motion of the Committee on Appointments and the Public Service proposed by Honorable Matthew S. Lima has been approved.
It is now my very pleasant duty, I would even say a great honor, for me to add my own voice of felicitations to those of the House in its entirety. When I see nominees like Umaru Napoleon come before us, I see the other Kuruma, a warrior. From all what I have heard, it reminds me of somebody from my own part of the country. Once a warrior, always a warrior. So the Kurumas are warriors. Now I know. And in this case, we have two Kurumas, one from the north and one from the east. And I want to take the opportunity of paying my own personal obeisance to the other Kuruma, Agbawo. Because he and I belong to the same society. The only thing I want him to recognize that there is a Baba Agba. I think the spokesman who is with us understands what I'm saying. Yes, and the Honorable Manso will also understand that language better than most of you. But quite frankly, I want to take the opportunity on behalf of the House to thank His Excellency the President for these fine nominees that we have before us today. That they are eminently qualified, there can be no question. You take the two Kurumas, you take Mr. Kanu, who has served in the Law Officers Department for more than a decade. You cannot have a finer, a more erudite lawyer than Mr. Kanu. And I'm sure he's going to excel in his new position as the Director of Public Prosecutions for Sierra Leone. What else can one say when you have beautiful and nice people and people who are eminently qualified for the positions they've been appointed to? Except to say, welcome to governance. Wish you well. We join everybody else in asking for God's blessings and guidance and direction as you discharge your very onerous responsibilities in your new assignments. Good luck and God bless. We'll conclude this morning's work with a certain recognition to a young person. The initiative in Capacity Building Association International has given an award to a young Sierra Leonean, Ambassador Issa, is it Aisha or Issa? Aisha Lucy Lossi, who excelled in a spelling competition in Dubai in the year 2022, representing Sierra Leone, and getting a global award for that. Shall we all please acknowledge this work is Sierra Leone and give her the recognition she deserves. It is all an aspect of the free quality education. You see it alive and live right here. And with the indulgence of the House, I would like to give the young lady the opportunity to address you for a few minutes. Where is the moving man?
Speaker, can we give her the speaker? Yes.
By all means.
Thank you.
If that will make her more comfortable.
Yes. So prepare it for this.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Clerk of Parliament, Honorable members of the Noble House, members of the Fourth Estate, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The Spelling Bee family in Sierra Leone extend our warmest greetings to all. We want to thank you all for this opportunity to articulate to respected individuals and esteemed members of Parliament. My name is Ambassador Issa Lucy Lossi, the Global Ambassador for Spelling Bee Institution in Africa. The African Spelling Bee Consortium, which comprises of 22 countries, is an institution that celebrates the power of words and language. Sierra Leone has a counterpart institution which is called ICBI, standing for Initiative in Capacity Building Association International. This organization, in several occasions, have been invited to participate in International Spelling Bee, also known as Intercontinental Spelling Bee, in various parts of the world. Last year, Sierra Leone was invited to participate in the Intercontinental Spelling Bee that was held in Dubai, and I successfully emerged as the winner. And was awarded a trophy, medal, plaque, and certificate for recognition for my outstanding performance. It was very dispiriting. Having heard the presidential address, we all see that all the nominees have high and standard educational system. It was very dispiriting that I was the only participant who was registered from Sierra Leone, whilst other knowledgeable children were well prepared to witness and participate in such events in their numbers from different countries. It is also worthy to note that we have also failed several times to participate in other intercontinental spelling bee competitions, especially the last African spelling bee competition in Ethiopia, which we could not participate due to lack of funds, as we do not have consistent partners to be funding these trips. We would love to take you along our national spelling bee journey that is done across districts and regions annually. As such, we are humbly requesting our parliamentarians to help us facilitate the next spelling bee competition across the districts, as this is what will qualify your children to be exposed to the international platform. It's obvious that there are very outstanding kids, especially in the provinces, that can do better than some of us residing in the cities. We would also love to mention that spelling bee isn't all about spelling and being the best, but it is a platform that helps children showcase their talents and build confidence in their abilities. Don't you want that? And I would admit, yes, sometimes it is challenging. Yet it has a rewarding experience that encourages a love for learning and literacy. And we have been inspired after witnessing the dedication and hard work that goes into preparing for these competitions. A government-sponsored spelling bee institution can have a significant impact on education and language skills in our country. It will provide opportunities for students to showcase their spelling abilities and promote a culture of literacy. It is therefore imperative for the government of Sierra Leone, local and international NGOs, private sector, and other humanitarian agencies to support this venture as it goes a long way in paving the future of our beloved nation. We are on our knees pleading to this noble house to knock doors on our behalf. We hope that going forward we will not be crying as a result of lack of funds to participate in any future competition, but we will be jubilating after we have flown the Sierra Leone flag high in the international platform. Yes, we can. In a nutshell, we have no doubt in this noble house to support us financially and morally to upkeep our laudable vision and venture. I would love to conclude by saying that we don't intend to miss out the future opportunities after our humble plea to this esteemed house. Sierra Leone has started making great impact in this educational system globally, and we ought to accelerate in what we have started. In other words, we are supposed to finish what we have started. Thank you all for your rapt attention as we look forward to your utmost collaboration.
On behalf of the House, we would like to congratulate you for flying the flag of Sierra Leone so high in Dubai and for being the winner of the competition that you participated in. Thank you for coming and good luck next time. I cannot promise what this house will give, but your request will be given the due consideration it deserves.
Point of order. Point of order, ma'am. Can you please take your seat, please? Please take your seat, ma'am. Thank you. So you can call upon by the speaker if you want to make a statement. Yeah? All right, thank you.
Come forward. Yes.
everybody.
Kindly, honorable members, kindly lend her your ears.
Good afternoon again. My name is Aissata Musuhadin, the founder of Spelling Bee in Sierra Leone. We are invited. I want to tell the Parliament that Sierra Leone is now part of the African Spelling Bee Consortium that comprises of 22 countries. This African Spelling Bee is an annual event that is being hosted by a country every year. This year we are supposed to present participants from Sierra Leone to Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and also to take at least 20 participants to the Intercontinental Spelling Bee in Dubai. Meaning Sierra Leone will one day have to host, and we love to host the African Spelling Bee here in Sierra Leone because our agenda is quality education. And I want to admonish this August meeting that if we want to have more women, eloquent women, like Aisha Lucy Lawson, we need to catch the kids young, especially the girls. As she told you, it is a platform to show talent. So if we can go back and catch up the girls, I wish Sylvia also expressed herself, you would have loved it more. In light of the above, we want to dedicate this to girl child empowerment in Sierra Leone, this place.
So, honorable members, the advice we have is to catch them young. Catch them young. Not in the sense in which not the old ones. With that, the House stands adjourned to 2:30 in the afternoon today. Thank you.
Ça va vous faire la bébé. Ça va vous faire la bébé, regarde.
Thank you.
The Chinese, the Koreans, and the Vietnamese are experts in rice production. We must have them helping us in our farms and helping us making food salon work. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, back in the days, we used to export rice. We used to export different types of commodities out in the world. But now, all the farmers have moved to the cities and have forgotten the trades and are selling DVDs and driving Okadas. Mr. Speaker, what happened to the SLPMB? Why are we struggling with rice production? This is the question we all need to ask ourselves. Are foreign businessmen interfering with the SLPMC, or other farmers moving away from the farms and into the cities? And finally, we pray that this Street Salon program that His Excellency has brought will be successful. Again, there's no party lines when it comes to feeding our people. And also, duty-free concessions needs to be implemented with agricultural products. Mr. Speaker, I'm a man of few words. I don't like talking a lot. I'm a man of action. I'll go on to the National Peace and Reconciliation. I refer to paragraph 8 on page 2 of His Excellency's address, and I quote, "By fostering collaboration, cooperation, and negotiation, we could transcend the political divide for the ultimate benefit of our people." End of quote. Again, as you can see, none of my colleagues are here because my party and some people in our party feel that the ECSL did not do the right thing and decided not to go to court. That's why I decided to come to Parliament to have my voice be heard, to stand up for my party and to let the world know that the APC was not happy with the elections. I'm not saying that it was rigged, but I'm saying it was not transparent. Again, it was not. I'm not saying it was rigged, but I'm saying it was not transparent. My party wants an independent international review on the elections. My party is not happy with the results. Again, please do not beat the messenger. Please do not beat the messenger. I come to speak my heart. ECSL was not transparent. But again, for the betterment of our country, Sierra Leone must move on. I will not stand here, I will never stand here and bash my president. Our president is the face of our nation. And he deserves respect, and I will stand by him because of my country, and I take the Constitution very seriously. I will pray for my president. I will pray for him to have a soft heart towards our people. I'll pray that unity will come between us, the APC and the SLPP. I personally believe we must not fight our fathers and grandfathers' fights. The fight that they fought. Look at other countries, how they have moved on. We were the breadbasket of Athens of West Africa. Look at Ghana. Look at Rwanda. Look how they transcended their country. We are still bickering and fighting on little things. We need to get ourselves together and forget these party lines and move to the betterment of our country. Also, in conclusion, in paragraph 56, page 10, His Excellency said, "The need for dialogue and negotiations resonates with the utmost urgency. We must find a common ground within the political divide." End of quote. Again, our most urgent need in Sierra Leone is this political reconciliation. former American President Barack Obama said, quote, process of reform will succeed without will not succeed without national reconciliation. Also, he said, reconciliation, quote, reconciliation is not the matter of ignoring a cruel past, but a better means of confronting it with inclusion of truth. SO2, we get to say what we mean for EPUSEC. We get to say what we mean for the betterment of our country. We're going down the hill. Again, if we do not take this step here so in the right direction, let's still on SO2, please. Still, I'm sorry, it's my first fight.
Let me assure you, you know, I first entered this house in 1982. And you better respect the whole edition. Without the whole edition, there can be no new edition. Yes or no? Yes. What I want to tell you, I'll describe your first speech, your maiden speech, as an eloquent speech. By eloquence, I mean the substance of what you've said resonates throughout the length and breadth of this house. We all agree. It is not how much you say, it's the quality of what you say that matters. So carry on.
Thank you. Inclusion and compromise with the All People's Congress, my party, will guarantee national peace. Then let me be humble and respectfully say,
yes, okay, hold on just a moment. Sorry.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
The time is past 3.
Yes.
Move that testify to be suspended.
Thank you. Any seconder, take your seat. Any seconder?
I so second, Mr. Speaker.
All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Take your time and deliver the substance of what you want to say. That is what matters. That's what makes your speech an eloquent speech. It's the substance, not the form.
And also I ask that our political prisoners, people that were brought up in the ideology of this is your party, this is where my grandparents came from, you have to die there. That needs to stop. We need to move on and beyond that. We need to put our constitution first. The damage is done, but Sierra Leone will rise again. I want to thank you guys for your time, and I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much.
I want to say on behalf of the House that we thank you for your very eloquent speech. It has more substance than many speeches I have heard in this chamber. And this being your first speech, the sky is the limit for you. Okay, let me go by my list. If I call the name and you are not in, that's it. That means you did not respect parliamentary time. It means you're only here to come and make a speech and turn your back on us. Honorable Joseph Bash Kamara is here. He will be followed by Honorable Mariama Ella Goba. Is she here? She will miss out.
This morning.
Honorable Princess Khadija Rami. Is she here? She will miss out. Honorable PC Fode Stephen Bakra Faba. Is he here? Is he here? You'll be next after Bash Kamara. Honorable Rugiatu Mustafa. Are you here? You come after the PC. Okay, I'll stop there for now. So, 5 minutes each, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it really a privilege to speak to this stage. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to acknowledge the profound sense of humor and gratitude expressed by His Excellency to the people of Sierra Leone for ushering him for a second term to continue with his assignment. I think it's always good to show sense of appreciation when people do something for you that is good. I thank him for that. His Excellency the President. Moving on from that, I think I want to refer the House to paragraph 2. In paragraph 2, he clearly expressed his commitment in appreciation of these people, the people of Sierra Leone. And then he also mentioned us, the parliamentarians. I want us to listen very seriously because a particular emphasis was laid to us as parliamentarians. You may want to know why, and I will tell you that. He said in paragraph 3 that I hold this institution in the highest regard. Moving on to the last paragraph, it said Parliament is not merely a forum for legislation. It stands as the vanguard of democratic ideals and possesses as the lifeblood of the nation. That is very key. It is very true. It is like saying that we are so pivotal in whatever he's doing that. Our genuine and sincere contribution will help him achieve whatever he says. Because what we have here is a mere document of commitment. It is not a success story of what he has done so far, but he's saying for this session, this is what I intend doing, for which he needs our genuine advice. Now, when we move further, another key thing that resonates from his speech is the fact that he believes in all Sierra Leoneans working as a team, working as a genuine people, collaborating, dialoguing, and that is where he misses out our colleagues that are still not returned to the well of Parliament. He's calling on every parliamentarian in acknowledgement of our relevance to be here so that we can contribute to helping him steer the ship of Sierra Leone. That we can see also in chapter 8, where he emphasized that, which I leave, Mr. Speaker, the absence of a 2/3 majority by any political party necessitates constant engagement, encouraging us to amplify all voices and engenders a more harmonious, stable, and prosperous Sierra Leone. This is paragraph 8. That means he's still making a clarion call, as was said by the speaker this morning, especially to our colleagues MPs that have not gone, that they need to come. He needs them, and we all need them. And he's encouraging all of us to extend olive branches to our brothers to come so that we can work as a team in unison to promote this country. I thank you very much for that. Mr. Speaker, for the exigency of time, I want to come to the crux of the matter. That is, he has identified key pillars that he has prioritized. What does this speak to us? Prioritizing means, in as much as he is so sincere to tell us that in the 5 years past, he made a lot of commitments. In difficult circumstances, he was able to deliver on most of the commitment that he made in the 5th Parliament that I cannot go through, but we all know, from education to other areas. But these areas that he has prioritized speaks to the fact that there are areas that it still feels we have challenges. Yes, we have challenges. We have not been able to put bread on the table. That is why he prioritized the agenda field salon. To me, field salon is not more different from any previous speeches that we have been that he has made, previous commitment in the area of agriculture. But I think we need to reflect, because we have the personnel, we have the land, we are putting in the resources. We need, as a parliament, to appeal to the chief minister to help us mobilize the Ministry of Agriculture and all agricultural sectors so that we can reflect on where things are going wrong or where things have gone wrong. I can remember, if you go back to the fifth parliament, the commitment that he made, a lot of input has been made into agriculture. Tractors have been given, youth farms have been established, fertilizers have been given, researchers are going on, but what has come out of all these frantic efforts and commitments that have been made? It is worrisome. Therefore, there is very, very serious need for us to have all sectorials in the agricultural entity to reflect, and so that we can develop a pathway to addressing this food issue. Mr. Speaker, I think also, as Parliament, we do go on oversight. What are we going for on oversight? I think we need to look at these commitments, transform them into a work plan, and further develop them into indicators. So that when we have them, when we go out to monitor, it will be easy. We say, yeah, the speech said this, the president wanted to do this, and these indicators will take to assess the various players that are in the ministry, department, and agencies. That will help us foster and meaningfully contribute to the agenda of His Excellency. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the human capital development. Human capital development, we have achieved a great deal with everybody. Even the international community has attested to the fact that the formal educational sector has produced results. But then we also have the other sector to capture for the middle level manpower, which is where the crisis is today. The youth are going astray. A commitment has been made for us to have vocational and technical institutions across the country. I think when we have these structures well established, we'll be able to capture those that will not make it to the tertiary level, to acquire skills that will help them to promote the country. But where are these? Do we yet have all these facilities provided across the district? These are the sort of thoughts, these are the sort of appeals we need to make. These are the sort of areas we need to contribute so that we can help His Excellency. Because he relies on all of us, every Sierra Leonean, to input into what he has promised us, that we can deliver together as a nation. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we talk about youth employment scheme. I want in short to describe the characteristics of the Sierra Leonean youth. The bulk of the Sierra Leonean youth, I will say, are untrained, highly untrained, unqualified, and therefore unemployable. This is the characteristic of the Sierra Leonean youth. If you are not trained, you are not educated, how can you be employed? I give you a short scenario. When I was working in the youth sector, there was a time that I went to address a crisis in Rosha, in the mining sector. The residents, youth said, they were not employing them at the mines to work. Okay, I got them to a barrier and asked them, how many of you are drivers? Move on my right. How many of you are plumbers? All these categories of skilled workers. I couldn't get much from them. Then I asked them, these people need these various skills. How are they going to employ you if you do not have all these skills? And they have to shame themselves. Meaning, we have to make frantic effort to provide for the youth. But then also, what do we have to do? We have the menace of drug addiction everywhere in this country. Who is responsible? Is it the police? No. Is it each and every Sierra Leonean? We have legislations that do not make provision to deal with these drug peddlers. The police can go, they can arrest those that are selling these drugs, charge them to court, and there is no adequate legislation that will punish these people to deter them from engaging in these kind of businesses. I think there is also need for us to review some legislation relating to this drug system in this country. Moving on from that also, we know where all these drugs are being sold across the country. As citizens, yes, we know. We know these places. You can see the houses where these youths assemble to buy these things. But we are yet scared to reveal to the police all where these drugs are being sold. Are we helping the situation? If we don't reveal to the police, they cannot perform magic of where they are seated to grab all these people. And I can remember a few days ago, our colleague that was also appealing for medical services to be provided for these people. I think also it's a matter of urgency. In as much as the situation is getting worse, we cannot abandon them. We need to remedy. And remedying the situation, it cannot be the drug enforcement agency alone, it cannot be the security forces alone, but each and every one of us here. The youth employment scheme, yes. Youth we are supplied rice seedlings to undertake agriculture. This is my own personal experience. They went, they cultivated the land, they had a bumper harvest, but it has to perish. Why? Because they were not adequately given the gadgets to do the harvesting. If we want to invest in the youth, if we want to invest in agriculture, let us make sure that people are given the required equipment. If you are giving seedlings to go and get a bumper harvest, you don't even have a harvester, the rice will perish. So what are we going to? I think it is but urgent for us. Look at the youth farms. We have youth farms, youth this, sending money by telephone to youth farmers. All these things have not been worked. So I think we need also to re-examine these things. And then, let me jump to the public sector. No, I'm going to the public sector, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you and your administration for according us the privilege to go around the orientation that you gave us. It is unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, and I would like this House to know that charity begins at home. We are talking about the public sector. Let us reflect on our home. Go to where the stenographers are seated. They don't have enough computers. And sometimes we shout in this way, SO2. They're not giving other paper, it is not commodity. They are frustrated, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, take a moment and go round. Go to the offices of the stenographer. This is part of the reforming the public sector. How do we enhance their performance? How do we get a real result? This is what I'm saying, sir. Deputy leader. Deputy leader, take a leadership tour. Go to the stenographer's room. This we have to provide the basic amenities, the basic facilities that will enhance the performance of people in the public sector. We have been talking about wage harmonization. That is also key. You can go, you can be a deputy secretary, I can be a secretary and be a deputy secretary. And the difference in our salary is so huge that I'm ill-motivated to perform. I can be sluggish in office. What helped to promote the educational sector? We can all attest to the fact that teachers, we are paid. A lot of money we are poured into the educational sector. So also let us take the same spirit to the other public sectors. Let us look where things are going wrong. I want to congratulate even the Minister of Lands. Sometime I went to his office and I had him, I went to his office. I'm talking about the private sector. You can of lands. There is Dr. Turas NC. They have put a mechanism in place where he can track files, because you can go, if you have a document here, SO2, when we say document, which destiny. These are the things that are hampering the prospect, the performance of these public offices. We need to put systems in place and make sure these systems are so workable. Mr. Speaker, honorable members. For the consistency of time, I'm going to conclude now, because simply all of us need to put hands on deck. We need to support His Excellency. And the only way we can support the Excellency is to look about areas where challenges are, so that we can bring these challenges to light with all hands and see how we can contribute to helping the situation. Thank you very much.
I thank the Honorable Member for his contribution to the debate. now give the floor to Honorable PC Bonifaba.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I want to say thank you to our President, Peter President,
for his tireless effort he has made to bring all he has done to this well of Parliament. But before doing that, I want to say thank you to my colleague Paramount Chief in Kenema District, whose seekers have flown with me into this well-designed and comfortable well of Parliament, giving me a seat here with immunity that it is me alone that will occupy it. What a good privilege given to me. Thank you, colleague Paramount Chief. And all those that came in, including the President himself, at 1 p.m. he was seated together with Napoleon Kurman and others to have me here this time. Thank you, everybody. So, as a Paramount Chief, I want to add salt to the sauce prepared by the President to move Sierra Leone forward. The hurdles that have been left behind, we have as arms of government, as people supporting or working together side by side with government, we are supposed to direct, to advise, to administer, to do everything together with the government of the day. Even though the two giant parties, SNP and APC, look at us with different eyes. When in governance, they call us revered Paramount Chiefs. Even when I'm talking here, I have to take time about what to say and what not to say. And when in opposition, they will look at us as threats and with different spectacles, with high lenses, to know what we'll be saying. But they live out with no progress. I saw it here, the President did very well, mentioning to establish a wage support for schemes to some people. But what about the condition of service to Paramount Chiefs? Has that been recognized? Has that been talked about? Has it been said here or anything done about it? With the condition of service, what are we going to do? Are we going to do? In electoral processes, all the stakeholders, the police, the military, everybody goes to our students and knock at the doors of the Paramount Chiefs. We take responsibilities for them. What responsibility are we taking? No terms of service, no condition of service. These are the hazards or the hurdles left out to be included so as we can have the zeal, the opportunity to move things forward. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me come down to the agriculture. We had a challenge that the bad progress in last farming season that I would like to bring to this hall or to this well of Parliament so as it be adjusted, please. In last agricultural year, a team was moved to Kenema City and held a meeting with all stakeholders in the region. In that meeting, news was broken to the community or to the elders that government has allocated a fund for the youth to make a children youth farm in every children. That news reached us. So even to youth leaders who was represented there. Nothing was done about it. No youth was, they said stipends could be given to them. No stipend was given. We, the chiefs, volunteered to have it done. And there was money in their wallets. Every children having a quota of money in his wallet that could be withdrawn to buy this and that to have the work gone on properly. That money was having a code, and that code was not sold to anybody. Only the Ministry of Agriculture was having the code in his up his sleeve. After which, my youth leader in the chief came to me as he said, "Chief, the money is withdrawn. It has disappeared from my phone. The money has been disappeared." That is another challenge. This year, there is no famine. Because what happened last year, because they don't want to have it repeated this time. So I want the Ministry of Agriculture to look into that problem and adjust it or work it out. Coming to the trade minister, again, that is the livelihood of all the citizens in Sierra Leone. We are having monopoly in the trade, specifically the bikes. One person in the whole country ordering for bikes. The prices go up minute by minute. That has to be handled with much care, speedily. Please, Mr. Minister, and my colleague Paramatis, and the honorable members of this world. That is our information. Let's come in for our people in Sierra Leone. If we have development, if we have to have them with good intention or it's really bitter. It's really bitter. I'm really against it. So again, the rice, the cost of rice, the cost of petrol. People, the dealers, fine. The dealers are having a forum that they use every hour, every minute. If they say today we don't agree with the price, 1 minute call can close all the pump systems. But if they put the price down, they say no, we are not going to open again. They close it up. It's very bad. So the price control has to be dealt with. I go back again. If the chiefs are to be considered to be neutral in this parliament and everywhere in the decision making, I'm suggesting to the government, to the president and his government, I'm suggesting to the acting minority leader and his party. I'm talking again to the leader of government and the whip, the guard, and everybody. That, please, if we are looking out for a space for experimentives, let's have a house of things. Why? A very good reason. To have that land tenure be passed in the 5th Parliament was a good move by our National Council of Farmer Chiefs, chaired by Honorable Posl, the Parliament of Sano. Because we did not have the House of Chiefs, he prepared forcefully for a House of Chiefs for us in every district. We were moving district by district, district by district. So for us to have a position paper, I'm sure with much confidence that the Speaker of the House got the letter to hold on the debate that came to this way until we have given a position paper. And that exactly was done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Clark of the Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Wood, and everybody. You held the paper back until we met in various district headquarters as our House of Chiefs was prepared. So if by that way the forceful preparation of House of Chiefs in district headquarters, we were able to have a piece of paper and gave to this well, being approved by government, by the president, the government, and everybody, for which we are happy today to have that bill passed in our own convenience. I'm quite convinced with much confidence that with the approval of an office for every parliamentarian, we can be set aside. No, we are not competing with the parliament. We can be set aside to scrutinize, to support and, input or trust, whatever is not good to be put into the parliament, into the bill, then we pass it to parliament for ratification. We can give it to parliament for ratification and approval. But we will not be there, like we are sitting there. We will take time to talk what we want to say. We wouldn't like to be indicted. Yes. Because that is what he says. On that note, sir, because I would really like to sit down if I don't come in again for the roads. The roads from Bagadoso to Konon is very bad. That needs to be rehabilitated or to be treated. Fine, please. Then the road from Panguma to Blama has been given to SROA, but 10 years ago has not been treated again. It's extremely bad. Let me come to the last one, which is Hydro. Long time, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, you sit an exam with a question: how many, who are, where are the hydros in this country, and name them. If you don't say Bubuna Hydro and Ilu Hydro, you will be failed. You will be failed automatically or totally. But Ilu Hydro was claimed by another kingdom, for which we took 38 years on the case, and we will have won it. But please, Mr. Speaker, leader of government, acting minority leader, the problem has been solved, but not completely yet. We are giving the right to the dam, and we will be giving as the host of the dam, but only remaining to gazette and register it. For 2029, that was said to be done. 4 years ago, now it has not been done. So I'm pleading to this parliament to join me, to give me hands to have it registered. And the government secondary school is only a Tabaku secondary school being approved, being given all privileges in that district, apart from the government school in Kenema. But it has challenges. The Ivory Coast light, Côte d'Ivoire, the light of Côte d'Ivoire has reached Dodo. But now to have the pole from Dodo to the secondary school is a challenge. The field officer has not accepted us at all. So I'm pleading to the Minister of Energy and Power, since he has an energy by his structure, by Minister of Finance, his own structure, he can determine that he is right in that ministry to be an energy minister. So let him please come in to assist us to have the post from Dodo to the secondary school, so as they can have light. Please, that is what I'm requesting for the school. And the Farmer Chief, please. Go on, Chief, go on.
I'm going to add 4 minutes for you. Go on.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
To the debate. And I'll give the floor to Honorable Rukia to Musafa.
Musa Safa.
Okay.
Break it in syllables, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. I'm Honorable Rugiatu Tarawa Musafa, hailing from the Great Kenema District. I'm going to tackle paragraph 17 of the President's speech that deals with technology and infrastructure initiative. And I read from there. Technology and infrastructure initiative will serve as an engine for sustained economic growth, harnessing the power of innovation and robust infrastructure to propel Sierra Leone to the middle class status. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I am an IT professional for 35 years. So this falls directly in my alley. You know, I look at the president as more of a patriot than a politician. Because given the chance to President Bio, he will propel this country to first-class country or first world overnight. But like he said, and so too, staff will suffer. The world has gone digital, but where is Sierra Leone? It's like we stood still while the world was rolling by. People think that when you know how to operate your telephone, your mobile phones or your tablets, they know what technology is. Far from it. There's more to it than that. But the president is jogging along. There has been a 50% increase in connectivity, even in the rural areas, to the internet, due to the broadband expansion. The problem we have is the e-government solutions. It's not enough. 30% is not enough. 30% transformation in the way the government does business is not enough. We can do better than that. A lot of people or workers in these government offices cannot even type a simple Word document. Training is eminent. The world has gone digital, and we are still dealing with paper. Every time you go to some of these offices, they have lost papers. I can't find your file. I can't find this. That needs to stop. We need to do training, massive training, and it's an urgency to train workers, to train the government workers in this digital age. If we have to go in there, bring outside help, partnerships, to make sure that we stay on top of things, we need to do that. The government needs to do that. And the president is talking about infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, my paramount chief just mentioned the roads from Mano Junction to Panguma, to Dodo, to Kono. Terrible. Very, very terrible. It's nothing to write home about. I come from a diamond area. This country has benefited a lot from my area. 60 days of SLST, NDMC, and the likes. Today, diamonds are not easy to find. If you don't have equipment, heavy equipment, backhoes, you can't mine. Alluvial mining is almost next to nothing. My people are transitioning into agriculture. But with with the roads in the shape they are in, the bad shape they are in, even that will be challenging. It will be difficult to get our produce to market, thereby making it unnecessary for them to go into the bush to try to foster the agricultural initiative. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, ours is an urgent need. It's an urgent need that needs to be addressed as soon as possible. The President had promised us before when he visited my area that it's in the works. We want to see it start. We don't want it in the works. We want the work to start, sir. No? And on the technology side also, we need to do training. We need to do training because with the internet the way it is, the access to the internet, there's a lot of things that can go wrong. You have the hackers hacking into banks, hacking into government systems. Our cyber security area should be beefed up. That is very, very important. Because when these hackers get into the systems, it's work. Getting them out is not easy. So the President is on the right track with his technology and innovation issues. We need to have him put things in place to fast track things. We can't be dealing with paper in this 21st century. We can't be far behind. We know that ours is not as robust as the West, but we will get there. We will get there. And I thank Mr. President for his short visit. The speech was short but sweet, and we expect him to come again. I thank you very much.
I thank the Honorable Lady for her great contribution to this debate. Wonderful. The next speaker is the Honorable Fatmata Sire. Is this Sukana? Sukana? Is she in?
Yes.
Ah, great. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can you please permit me to say these words? That thing standing before you there, normally close your eyes to watch us here, so you can catch our eyes.
I agree.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So I'll have it removed. I like watching your eyes and your face.
Yes, thank you.
I don't like anybody to come in between us.
Mr. Speaker, I want to look at chapter 10 of the speech of His Excellency, the President, the retired Dr. Julius Maada Bio. In 5 years ago, I stood before this Parliament presenting my government's new direction manifesto and pleading to honor critical promises, dispute facing unprecedented challenges. My government resolutely fulfilled most of these promises, even amidst global shock that has inputted the cost of living through strategic policies, interventions, and in investments in local food living through strategic policies, intervention and investment in local food production, job creation, and the betterment of the public servant livelihood. We have share our people from the adverse effect of this shock. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, you know we are new, we have to learn. So sometimes when we are taking the podium, that there is a little bit of nervousness. But please forgive us. Mr. Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, I want to talk about the big five of President Bio.
Make it short.
He came here
Make it short.
2018 and he made a very big mark in the country of Sierra Leone through free education, free quality education, and even in the enhancement of the women empowerment, looking at our country at that time with all the global crisis that is going on, he is able to take Sierra Leone to this level. What I want to say here is that, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I have no doubt in His Excellency. That is why I want to say thank you to him. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for what you have done for the people of Sierra Leone. We are grateful and we will never forget that. Even when you stay or go, we will remember you for the rest of our lives. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, if the President can do what he said in 2018, he will do it again in 2023. He will work earnestly for the people of Sierra Leone, for the success of our nation. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want this House to join His Excellency in the Big Five agenda, especially in the food security. As for me, Mr. Speaker, I will be coming to your office because I want to go to my village and do farming. And I will need your support, not by giving me money, but by talking to those authorities that are responsible for farming and other things in food security.
Thank you, Madam, for recognizing that this speaker is a very poor speaker with no money.
Where's your
Mr. Speaker,
Where's your village?
honorable members of Parliament, I want to thank His Excellency again for this brilliant speech, and I know he will fulfill it in Jesus' name. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honorable Lady for her contribution. I will now give the floor to the Honorable from Pujaw.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
And I will limit you to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
And by the way, I will rise at 4:15 to allow the clerk's time to go and prepare the record for tomorrow's sitting. And tomorrow, as you know, is the last allotted day and the last day of sitting before we adjourn for recess.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Recess is your holiday. You can even go overseas if you want. If you have a chance. How many months? Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you and this Parliament for the respect you accorded my elder brother and grandma chief, who has been reported seriously sick, on my way to Ujam district to help and the arrangements for this medication, Mr. Speaker. We are most grateful, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the President for his speech he so graciously delivered to this Parliament. Since 2007, Mr. Speaker, Puja has never had 100% seats in the Council and the Parliament. I say this because I want to talk about the inclusiveness of the governance style of In 2007, Mr. Speaker, SAPP had a seat in the parliament here, but we also had 3 seats for PNDC. I was one of those MPs. So SAP did not have 100% seats. In 2008, we had 1 seat in the council for PNDC. In 2017, we have a seat, but this year we have, to cut it short, Mr. Speaker, we have 100% seats for SAP in the council and 100% seats for SAP in Parliament here. We owe this to His Excellency. With the intervention of His Excellency, the district was united politically, and we have all independent, all SAP. So, if you again look at the composition of MPs here, there are some of us who are independent, some who are C4C, but because HE has a very good heart, was able to mobilize support of the party. He made a call to non-SAPPs to join him to lead this country. I was one of those who decided to join the SAPP because of the good heart of HE Mr. Speaker, we are one people as a country, and one person as a finance chemist. I've never spoken about tribalism or regionalism negatively. I think we're people and we have one destiny. We have to see ourselves as one people. We have to be together. We have to help our country develop. That's one reason why I came to SAP. Mr. Speaker, we'll talk about the flagship project of His Excellency Pizza, Mr. Speaker. I've held meetings with my supporters and party mates in Fujian. We have decided that we are going to lead in this. We are not just going to talk about it, we are going to do it, Mr. Speaker. We want to make a farm in our part of the country, and hopefully one day we are going to invite you to visit our farm. We are not going to make a small farm, we want to make a very big farm. We want to ensure that we make agriculture a business. We are not just going to engage in television farming where we make a farm and call people to have a look. We want to invite His Excellency and members of this government to visit our farm. We are beginning to raise funds and we are on the path to achieving that, Mr. Speaker. It's not enough to come here to lavish praises on His Excellency. It is important that we have to ensure that we feed ourselves. A very long time ago, we used to import rice, we used to feed ourselves. And we have all the conditions set to achieve that again, Mr. Speaker. We can make Sierra Leone great again. We have fertile soil, we have abundant rainfall, and we have human resources. What we need is to work our talk, Mr. Speaker. We are going to ensure we live in this. Mr. Speaker, I also want to talk about at least 30%. When I hear the women say 30%, I think they have missed the point. The president has given them more than 30%. At least 30% is not 30%. I remember when we did the land laws here, we included at least 30% of each gender. At least 30% of each gender. Meaning the women can get as much as 70%. They cannot go beyond 70%. So His Excellency is the first president in history that has made this possible. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we have more women than men in this country. There are at least 51% of what women. There's no way we can advance as a country if we leave behind the majority of Sierra Leoneans. I remember Sheikh Kutume said, if you want to know whether the country is backward or not, you don't have to go to that country. You look at the condition of the women. If the women are kept in the backward condition, then the country will be backward. I'm happy that His Excellency has realized this fact and he's making a lot of effort to ensure that we lift our women up.
Great.
Thank you.
On that note,
Mr. Speaker, this is very serious. I ran from this country and went to the Gambia. I led a team of Sudanese to your office. Then you were a business person. I was not as big as this. We ran, I walked from Senegal to the Gambia, from Senegal to the Gambia on foot. This is a good start. We need security to ensure that we sustain the gains we have made so far, Mr. Speaker. I want to appeal to Sudanese. We need to keep our country peaceful. We need a peaceful environment to be able to advance development, to maintain sustainable development. For me, I want to advise all those who are thinking of bringing trouble in this country. They should advise themselves to attend to this. For me, I will not go into the bush in this. There's no way I can go into the bush. There's no way we are going to allow anybody to bring problem to this country. We have the ballot box. If there are elections, not all of us can win. Somebody's going to win. When somebody wins, we are going to allow that person to govern. After 5 years, there will be another opportunity to again go to the ballot box, Mr. Speaker. I want to use this opportunity to appeal to our brothers in the APC to come back so that we continue to engage, so that we run this country, Mr. Speaker. We have to maintain peace. We have to maintain peace. On August 10, I was in Bo. It was very, very sad day.
I see that as an endorsement of my special appeal.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. And I'm saying this from experience. I've suffered, Sereners have suffered. We're not going to allow a handful of people to make us suffer again. So let's talk and talk. It's better than what? Going to war. So this is my appeal. Let them come back to the well. We are going to engage and we'll move this country forward. Thank you very much.
I thank you, Honorable Member. I thank you. I now recognize the Honorable Abdullah Karim Khan. Is he in the office? He needs the mic.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to say thanks for giving me the podium this afternoon. It amazed me this afternoon to register my appreciation in this well of Parliament. First of all, I just want to look at on the statement of His Excellency the President at the state opening of the 6th Parliament of the Second Republic of Sierra Leone. I want to lament about the 5 key initiatives to be accelerated, the government's initiative infrastructure agenda about feeds alone. But before I talk about feeds alone, I just want to talk about section 7B, which says we need to place attention about the agriculture and put more emphasis about the agriculture sector. Governments, before we talk about feeds alone, we need to tackle about the food importation dependency, food production, and food sufficiency to sustain agricultural development. Mr. Speaker, honorable member, on behalf of the people of Konoko districts, we want to thank His Excellency for his transparency and accountability entity and the key thematic economic international forum, especially on compact education, infrastructure, and economic development and implementation in our nation. Mr. Speaker, honorable member.
Somebody is being mischievous to my right.
Yes, sir.
Carry on.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker.
I catch him again.
Yes, sir.
Carry on.
Mr. Speaker, we also want to thank His Excellency for his special quality, innovation talent, and presidential hospitality ratio that he has for this nation. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Konoko districts, we want to thank His Excellency. We want to thank the Almighty Allah for giving us His Excellency as one of the critical figures regarded as president in the human race of this our nation. Mr. Speaker, honorable member, we want to thank His Excellency for his presidential architecture and design, for fight against corruption, and also his democratic projection and act, which bring a strength increase and a mighty hope for the people of this nation. Mr. Speaker, honorable member, we the people of Konoko district, we want to thank His Excellency for his ecological concern and his solidarity value by bringing peace national cohesion, and national tranquility in our country. Mr. Speaker, honorable member, we want to thank the people of Poloko District. We want to thank His Excellency for his presidential foresight and presidential lens for always put Poloko District at the climax and the epicenter under his administrative setup. Mr. Speaker, honorable member, the people of Poloko District want to thank His Excellency to provide the coincidence of peace and national human nature. Mr. Speaker, on that note, Mr. Speaker, honorable member, the people of Koya Chiefdom, especially the paramount chief Toba Boboli, the third of Koya Chiefdom, we want to appreciate His Excellency for being a large economic foundation of Koya Chiefdom and make a positive way that open entrance for foreign investors guaranteed. Mr. Speaker,
tell them, you know, some of you are as old as Methuselah, and yet you do not learn the rules.
I like that adjective, Methuselah adjective. Mr. Speaker, I stand on SO 35 to talk to my colleagues that they have been very, very unfair. They have kept this particular house with less decorum, which is not fair at all to the MP from Poloko. I'm not too sure. No, they're not supporting me. I can understand public people right. You might even understand public people right. Applaud him in quietude or quietness. No way. You cannot. Mr. Speaker, again, I want to applaud.
I know the culprits.
Give the MPPs.
One of them is sitting right there.
Give the MPPs.
The other side here to my right.
MP.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, they have a practice to debate.
Mr. Speaker, give him 4
Thank you
minutes
very
more.
much, Mr. Speaker.
And 4 minutes on you.
okay, sir, thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker, he's a colleague, we are just applauding him.
Yes, sir, Mr. Leader. No problem, sir.
No, you have 1 more minute.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, honorable member, the people of Poloko District, we want to thank His Excellency for his wonderful masterpiece for recognize our country with global united prolific status. Mr. Speaker, honorable member, that is calling me. Mr. Speaker, honorable member, the people of Poloko District want to thank His Excellency for his special moral quality by having the interest of human intelligence. Mr. Speaker, honorable, I just want to talk 5 things about the agriculture sector in 2021. His Excellency government provide 54 million investments in rice cultivation in Robeswam under Agro Elite LLC.
I think you've exhausted your allotted time.
Yeah, please give me 2 minutes more, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Let me now give the floor to the Honorable Rachel Pesima. Is she in the hall?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this great opportunity to debate on the presidential address of His Excellency, the President, Dr. Julius Malapile. My name is Rachel Mariatu Sise Pesima from Poloko District, to be specific, Robaka Village, Tinkatoper. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I greatly believe that the Big Five game changer is the sustainable, transformative policies that we need for a sustainable economic growth and social progress. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, with your leave, I would like to quote page 4, paragraph 24. I quote, "Food security hold paramount importance in the quest of a stable and democratic society, transcending its role of a mere necessity to become a foundational pillar upon which the prosperity of a nation is built. A country that ensures citizens access to a dependable food supply, cultivates resilience, safeguard public health, and foster social cohesion. This symbiotic relationship between food security, democracy, and stability empowers individuals, promotes economic stability, and mitigates the perils of social unrest." Mr. Speaker, honorable members, it takes a feeble-minded person not to believe the Big Five game changer of President Talk and Do Bio. In 2018, President Bio presented 38 clusters on his manifesto. 28 clusters were met, and 10 of which were in the pipeline, and it was on the stage of implementation. And those 10 were some of those that we are currently trying to accomplish in his second term. President Talk and Do Bio is the only president that has done so much for this country. With due respect to our previous presidents, but the things that this president has done for our people is so much that you cannot compare to the previous presidents. In Potloko district, most of our people are farmers. Like for me, both of my parents were not educated. My dad was a farmer, and with that farming, that's where he educated us and was able to send the eldest son in England for education. So for somebody that was not educated, able to accomplish that in farming, which means we can do more. Now we have more educated people, and if we embark on farming, trust me, in other countries, farmers are the richest people. So I encourage us to embark on farming so that we'll be able to accomplish the biggest goal among the Big Five game changers of the President's manifesto. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we all saw the transformation of the free quality education, the youth empowerment, and fighting against corruption. This president, as I said earlier, is a president that we will never forget in the history of Sierra Leone. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I would like to zoom in on healthcare. We have, from 2018 to present, 50% 2,000 healthcare workers have been added to the workforce. 5,000 PIN-coded healthcare workers have been awarded PIN codes in the healthcare workforce. And the president has constructed 200 healthcare facilities across the country. And for me, I have a healthcare background, and it means a lot to me. But I encourage our people, the people of Sierra Leone, for us to transform our mindsets. The president have done all this big 5 game changers. We need to transform our mindsets in the little things that people may think they are not important, like emergency healthcare. Common CPR to do for example, we are in the well right now. May God forbid somebody is not feeling well, or maybe somebody fall down saying that, you know, they are unresponsive. We should have a co-worker or staff members in here that will be able to do a common CPR to be able to resuscitate anybody that is in that situation. So I encourage the government to have people, like even in restaurants, if somebody is choking, that's a healthcare situation, that's an emergency situation. You will think that is something small, but it will save somebody's life. Schools, public government places, like, let me say, for example, like UI building. That UI building is, you have so many offices of the government, but there is no single healthcare personnel. If somebody has an attack, to give a common aspirin that will make that person be prevented from an heart attack is not there. Somebody that will perform a CPR to resuscitate that person and maybe take that person to the hospital for further evaluation. Things of those sorts, they are very important. But it left with us, the people, to change our mindsets. For us, even if we have the best health care, if you don't go to the hospital, do your annual checkups. I encourage the men. My dad was not used to go to the hospital. They, you know, sometimes they think, you know, the men, like the way we women goes to the hospital, sometimes men don't. So I encourage us, go to the hospital to do your annual exams. If you are a female, do your breast exams to check for lumps monthly. Men, do your mammogram. You know, women, do your mammograms. Men, please go to the hospital, do your annuals. These are simple things that we will do. Your prostates, men, please. Because I know my dad suffered from this, you know, because he wasn't going to the hospital. The earlier the prognosis, the better it is. So I encourage us, so please take advantage of these things. The president has done his part. But for us, the people of Sierra Leone, let us do those little things that will help save our lives.
Very good advice. On that note,
the people of Potloko want to thank the president for the industrial zone in Koya. This industrial zone is going to bring us a lot of jobs for the youth of Potloko and across the country. I know the president want to empower the youth, but it left with the youth to also take advantage of it, go to school. Now we have free quality education. majority of those youth, they don't have the education, the basic education. If you don't have the basic education, you will not be able to benefit from these jobs. So I thank the president for that, for all that he has done for the people of Potloko. He has built us a 200-bed hospital. This hospital is a hospital that will bring people from overseas, like people are living here, go to Ghana for healthcare. And I also want to talk to some of our healthcare workers, some of those that live abroad. So please come and work with the president's agenda. We know some of you are there, you already retired, but you still fit and have the know-how. So please come to your country and let us work with the president for us to be able to achieve this big 5 game changers. Wonderful. So I thank you all, and I know that 2028, because of this big 5 game changers that the president has embarked on, and I'm pretty sure we'll be able to accomplish them because he's a president, a talk and do president. And we in the world of parliament, we will continue to work with him and also make sure that we oversee all those that he has put in governance, to make sure we monitor them, they do what they're supposed to do to make sure we accomplish the president's goal. I thank you all and for giving me the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, for me to be able to debate the president's speech.
And I want to take the opportunity to thank the Honorable Lady for a very good speech. I hope it's a maiden speech, a very good one. And also, if my information is correct, to wish you safe landing, safe and smooth landing. And we hope the story that I've been told is not true, but if it is, you go with our deepest condolences. But please get in touch with us when you are over there. Thank you. My last speaker for today is the Honorable Bayer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to start by thanking His Excellency
5 minutes
for this credible speech that he delivered to this House. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I guess all of you will testify in this House of Parliament that I've always re-echoed that His Excellency happens to be one of the leading presidents that always practicalizes his manifesto commitments into action, which talks about sincerity. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I'm going to limit myself on key major areas. 1, paragraph 53, bullet points 10 and 11, which talks about infrastructure, roads, and bridge construction. And also paragraph 24, 5, 6, on to 27, which is the main flagship of His Excellency that talks about Fit Salon. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we know for sure that in this country there are 3 key institutions that takes care of road construction rehabilitation. We talk about the SLRA, road funds, and NAXA that undertakes the public works program. But in the case of SLRA, they deal more with trunk roads. And all of us here will testify to the fact that the previous, or during the 5th Parliament, our government concentrated more on trunk roads right across the country. Just from Freetown
onto some other chiefdom headquarters. I could remember there was a time they approved up to 40 trunk roads right across the country for regraveling. And also, like the completion of Kailam Pendembu Road was done by this government. But one big challenge that I've observed about this road construction is that no thorough supervisions are done by our engineers, especially those from the SLRA. Now just take a practical look from Hastings to Waterloo. Sometime when it rains, just at every junction, supposedly, from a specification that they give out to contractors, they are bound to at least start 2 to 3 kilometers at every junction. But that is not done. When it rains, sometimes the street is being filtered with a lot of stones and other things. So it means there is no proper supervision done by our engineers. Then even like the 40 trunk roads that I'm talking of, Mr. Speaker, contracts we are giving to contractors, but to some areas, the contractors just abandon those roads. An example is in Kailam, the Mano-Sewalu Road onto Mofindo. The man, when he started, the contractor, when he started, he just did bush clearing from that end onto now. He has not done nothing yet on the road up at this moment. The other aspect is about, as I said earlier on, that concentration was just paid on more of trunk roads, forgetting about feeder roads. And when we talk about feeder roads, these are areas where, if we are talking about cash crops, farm cultivation, and other things, these are areas that we need to improve on. So my recommendation to this government is that this time round, if we are talking about feed salon, concentration should be paid to our feeder roads. The other aspect is about the bridge construction. Yes, indeed. It was here that he made a pronouncement about approving 4 major ferry crossing rivers to construct bridges. Of course, for us in Kailam, we benefited from that. That is the Manawa Ferry Bridge. But road linking to that bridge also needs to be rehabilitated. Because if the roads are rehabilitated, then the bridge will become meaningful for us. So with that, I also want to now come to the major flagship please be attentive. It's about the feed salon project. This is very, very much important. We know for sure that farming is not a novelty to the layman in the village. We have been farmers, our great-grandfathers have been farmers. But a question do come into my mind. What is this? What do we have at hand to start this actual feed salon? Are there resources? Do we need to improve on our resources? Yes, of course. If we talk about what? We have the resources, the natural resources, and the human resources are also there. But they are not enough. So, like, let me just talk in support of one of my colleagues who said yesterday that if we really mean business, His Excellency, especially the Minister of Agriculture, thank God we have about 3 ministers. The head of that ministry, the #1 minister, should at least be doing a supervisory work between the western and southern region. Like the Minister 2 should at least take care of the eastern region, and the Minister 3 should also take care of the northern region. I think their presence will add more value in the side of supervision. But now, if we look at the entire country, when we look at the topography of our land, you look at the east, we do more of IPS and cash crop growing. In the south and north, they are opportune to have more of body land. So, like what the PCMP from Cambia said the other day, that Cambia alone will suffice in in supplying or in feeding this entire nation. So if, for instance, what I want to advise the government is that he should do a radical inclusion. We should not just only hope on the structures that we have, but there are also key players in our country. For instance, we talk about the bike riders, the keke riders. Some few months ago, some of them were on radio saying that bike riding is not their career. But if government has now talked about this field salon project, they are very, very much interested. And I think the issue of agriculture will occupy more jobs for our youth in this country. Then if we also look at like the disabled in our country, just yesterday or 2 days ago, also on the Money for Coffee program, some of our disabled in our own district, they were proudly saying on radio that they are presently cultivating ideas. Sometimes those who are blind will not fully participate in doing some of these jobs, but there are those with minor fractures, they do take part in some of these things. So, but all they need is a sort of support in doing some of these things. So all I want to say, or I want to recommend to our president, is that we need to at least give support to most of these groups if we really want to achieve our aim. And when we talk about this field salon, I also ask a question. Is it only for these 5 years, or is it going to be a continuous process? If it's going to be a continuous process, we have various institutions that we should also include, like the militaries, the police, the correctional centers, for them to fully participate. Even like the Ministry of Education, so long they are doing this school feeding program, it is good, instead of just hoping on individual schools, but for government to allocate land to them. Just travel within Moyamba to Tayama, or even from Maishaka or so. If, let us say, 2,000 hectares of land is given to the Ministry of Education, and then government allocates a special budget to that ministry, instead of government to continuously be pouring money to provide this school feeding something for children in the school, I think by giving an example to them, the startup kit to the Ministry of Education, and then employ more of the youths who are in the street so that they will be working on that land, I think that will help us to achieve this field salon. So on that note, I want to say many, many thanks to you, Mr. Speaker, and also our President. May you live long. Thank you so much.
I thank the honorable member. For those of you who want to catch my eye, please wait till tomorrow. I think it's a convenient point at which we can now adjourn Parliament to tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank you. Have a good night.
Oh,